I am very honored to welcome you all to the Bangsamoro Government Summit, which aims to bring together local government officials, regional executives, and other key stakeholders to formulate a cohesive and effective programs and projects that will benefit an overwhelming majority of our constituents in the region. I am elated that a great number of our local chief executives are in attendance here today. Your presence is indispensable to the success of this summit because it will ensure that the varied needs of your constituents are given utmost attention and immediately addressed by the concerned regional authorities. I understand that the summit is a culmination of a series of consultations conducted by our key ministries to the LGUs to identify their proposed priority projects to be funded by the regional government. This approach is commendable. It is commendable because it does not only fast-track the implementation of the most appropriate programs and projects of the different local government units, but more importantly, it strengthens the cooperation and partnership among all of us. This summit is actually an invitation for partnership among LGUs and innovation in the delivery of basic governmental services to our constituents. It aims to break the barrier created by political distrust and ensure the integration of our collective aspirations for our people. By responding to this invitation, you have opened a window of hope to everyone because it clearly shows that we are prepared to be united even in adversity, so long as our shared goal is for the benefit of the Bangsamoro. I am certain that with your cooperation, our goals for this summit will be accomplished. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Speaker Balindong. This first Bangsamoro Governance Summit aims to bring together local government officials, regional government officials, and partners to formulate cohesive and concrete programs in the region. And he also stated that the presence of everyone in this summit is highly essential, as this is an invitation for partnership and the window of hope for everyone, because it shows that we are united. So again, thank you so much, Speaker Balindong. At this point, we are fortunate to have with us the father of the modern Bangsamoro struggle. To introduce our keynote speaker, may I call on Cabinet Secretary Muhammad Aslin Pendatun to introduce our Chief Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, our leader in the Bangsamoro struggle, and now our leader in the Bangsamoro government, Chief Minister Ahud Alhaj Murad Ibrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To our Secretary, Salvador S. Manelo, our Wali, Sheikh Khalifa Nando, Senator Juan Miguel Migs Zubiri, BTA Speaker Attorney Pangalian Ali Balindong, Senior Minister Abdul Rauf Makakwa, Governor Ismail Sali and the local chief executives of Tawi-Tawi, Governor Mamintal Alonto Ajong and the local chief executives of Lanao del Sur, Governor Jim Hataman Saliman and the local chief executives of Basilan, Governor Abdusakur Tan and the local chief executives of Sulu, Governor Bay Mariam Sangki Mangudadato and the local chief executives of Maguindanao, Mayor Rosita Yu Porigay of Lamitan City, Mayor Mahol Gandambra of Marawi City, members of the Cabinet, colleagues in the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, development partners, friends for peace, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Bangsamoro. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We are all gathered here today for the first ever Bangsamoro Governance Summit. As I join you this morning, I cannot help but look back to our shared experience that brought us to where we are today. From the hardships of the armed struggle to the grueling negotiations between the government of the Philippines and the More Islamic Liberation Front, to the historic ratification of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, we were all instrumental to the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Just like our forefathers who bravely fought and stood for our rights, today we share one common vision, and that is to address the historical injustices committed against the Bangsamoro and bring genuine peace and development to our homeland. A vision that would translate into significantly better lives for our people. It is along this vision that the government of the day introduced the concept of moral governance as our main agenda during this transition period. We set changes and reforms that can pave the way for the future of the Bangsamoro, a government that is free from corruption and other ills of governance, a government that aims at nothing else but the people and always the people. Making this vision into a reality, however, would certainly take time. It would also require every inch of cooperation from every one of us here. The regional government cannot do this alone. The local government units cannot do this by themselves. Certainly, we cannot do this if we are not united. This call to action is actually enshrined in the Bangsamoro seal itself. The rope surrounding the logo is inspired by the verse in the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Imran, chapter 3, verse 103. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah all together, and do not become divided. Such verse also serve as one our guiding principles during the armed struggle, and we wish to continue the same trust as we fulfill our mandate of building a Bangsamoro government worthy of the blood, sweat, and tears of our people. We are here to make sure that our cooperation stays strongly, our programs remain aligned, and we continue to move forward as one region. Quite frankly, many of the development challenges we face today are still very much the same as in the past decades. Significant number of our people are still trapped in the poverty cycle. Our economic basis, such as agriculture and aquaculture, remain below the ideal production rate and yearning for more public investment. The transition period provides us the opportunity to build the foundations that would address once and for all these development challenges for the attraction and infusion of capital, such as a stable environment, infrastructure, and favorable regulatory schemes. But we still need to do a lot more, and we need more time. It is along these lines in which a strong partnership between the Bangsamoro government and the local government units of high importance. Over the past week, regional authorities went to your respective provinces and listened to your plans, priority programs, and projects. We believe that being the government at the local level, you can shed more light on the situation on the ground. I am optimistic that we can bridge our programs, projects, and activities that are genuinely responsive to the needs of our people. Let us all continue to serve our people with pure hearts and sincere intentions. Let us continue to walk the path of peace. Thank you so much, and wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Jazakallahu khairan, Chief Minister. From his speech, he looked back to our shared experiences that brought us to where we are now, and that we are all instruments to the creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And he also shared one common vision, which is to address historical injustices and bring genuine peace in the region. And he also stated that we are optimistic that we can bridge our programs for our constituents. Again, thank you so much, Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim. The Bangsamoro peace process, after almost 2 decades of negotiations, would have not come into fruition if it were not for the political will of the Duterte administration. A Mindanaoan himself, President Duterte did the impossible by pushing forward a legislative agenda that once seemed impossible. This morning, we are honored to have with us the Chief Presidential Legal Counsel Secretary Salvador Panelo. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you for the courtesy. Maganda at maluwalhating araw po sa inyong lahat. Sa mga galang-galang ng mga opisyalis ng BARM, lahat ng Chief Minister, ng lahat ng ministro, lahat ng mga gobernador, lahat ng mga alkalde, lahat po ng mga opisyalis ng BARM, at lahat po ng mga panauhin dito. Pinadalaan po ako ng talumpati ni Senador Christopher Bongo sapagkat siya po ang supposed to be our ating guest of honor speaker. At bago ko po ibahagi ang aking saloobin dito sa Bangsamoro Summit, let me read the speech of Senator Christopher Bongo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable guests and friends, a pleasant day to all. Congratulations to the members and key shareholders of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao as you gather for the Bangsamoro Governance Summit. This is indeed a momentous event as it allows for the discussion, deliberation, consolidation of priority development programs and projects among our local government units and the regional government of the Bangsamoro. As it should be, our LGUs will play a vital role in this endeavor by ensuring that our government is seen, heard, and felt by the people. Your success in this undertaking will definitely complement the national government's agenda to further empower our LGUs to become stronger, more capable, and more resilient. Your initiatives will also help us in making sure that no Filipino, even in this farthest area of Mindanao, gets left behind. May this occasion generate even more ideas, plans, and strategies that we can translate into actionable solutions to a better Mindanao. I together with President Duterte, will continue to extend our full support to the BARM as it undertakes endeavors for the Bangsamoro people. Your success will mean
Picture di pa.
all Filipinos. Mahal po namin kayo, mga kapatid naming Muslim at Mindanaoan. Hindi namin kayo pababayaan ni Pangulong Duterte. Ipaglalaban namin ang inyong mga karapatan at kapakanan upang mabigyan kayo ng mas mapayapa, maginhawa at komportableng buhay para sa inyong komunidad at sa mga susunod pang mga henerasyon. Once again, I salute the BARM for continuing the hard work despite the challenges caused by the present COVID-19 pandemic and for being one with the government in finding ways to secure a peaceful, stable, and progressive future for Muslim Mindanao. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Yan po ang speech ni Senador Christopher Bongo. Hayaan niyo pong tanggalin ko itong aking mask sapagkat unang-una ako po ay fully vaccinated at kayo naman ay ubod ng layo sa akin at kayo naman ay observing the health protocols. Sapagkat may sumisenya sa likod na halos hindi ako naiintindihan dahil muffled. Hayaan nyo naman na ibigay ko ang aking damdamin. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat po ako kay Mayor Shamim Mastura sa kanyang imbitasyon na ako po ay pumunta rito. At salamat din kay Senator Christopher Bongo na nakiusap sa akin kung maaari na siya ay katawanan ko po rito sa isang mahalagang pagpupulong ng Bangsamoro Summit. Alam po ninyo, matagal na kayong mga kapatid na Muslim ay nilunsad ninyo ang isang krusada upang kilalanin ang inyong lahi, upang bigyan ng katugunan ang lahat ng suliranan na bumabagabag sa lahing Muslim. At napakatagal ng panahon, kayo po ay nagbuwis ng buhay, ng panahon, ng lahat ng paghihirap upang makamtam niyo po ang isang ganitong kaganapan kung saan ay ipinalang nga itong Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ng Mindanao. Napakagaling, napakaganda, at napakagaling. Isa lamang pagpapatunay na ang lahing Muslim ang isa sa pinakamatapang at pinakamagaling na lahi sa buong mundo. At sapagkat kayo po ay nakarating na sa ganitong kalakaran. At sapagkat ang Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay wala na pong ninais sa kanyang kalooban kung hindi kayo ay tulungan sa inyong struggle na magkaroon ng sariling independence. Ginawa niya po ang lahat ng makakaya. At nakita niya naman, lahat ng administrasyon ay hindi nagtagumpay na itayo ang BARM sa panahon lamang ni Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte na nagtagumpay ang BARM na maisaayos at maging isang batas. At sapagkat kayo po'y nakarating na, hinihingi po ng pagkakataon na lahat ng sinasakupan ng BARM ay itinatakda at hinihingi ng pagkakataon na kayo pong lahat ay magkaisa at magbuklod. Kinakailangan isang isipan lamang, isang puso, isang damdamin upang isulong ang interes ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ng Mindanao. Kinakailangan tanggalin na po natin ang mga interes personal at politika. Kinakailangan tugunan po natin ang tawag ng panahon, ang pagkakaisa. Tayo ay nasa gitna ng pandemya, hindi maaaring hindi tayo magkaisa sapagkat ibinigay na yata ng tadhana ang ganitong pandemya upang mapilitan tayong humingi ng tulong sa dakilang ala at dakilang lumika upang tayo ay magtagumpay. So there is no space for us to be disunited. We have to unite. Kinakailangan, wala pong iba. Upang magkaroon na po ng katuparan ang lahat po ng mga adhikain natin, ang ating mga itinanim. Kinakailangan ang mga punlang yan ay tumubo, yumabong upang makamtam na po natin ang tunay na kapayapaan, kaayusan at kaunlaran dito sa Mindanao. Sa akin pong maikling pagbibigay ng aking damdamin. Tayo po ay napaka-swerte na nagkaroon tayo ng isang presidente na walang kinikilingan. Hindi kagaya ng mga panahon na kung ikaw ay katunggali, ikaw ay kalaban. Si Presidente, nakita naman po ninyo, mulat sa pool, nung siya ay naupo bilang presidente ng bansa, ipinatupad niya ang saligang batas. Isa lamang ang batayan ng presidente na pinairal sa kanyang pamumuno. There is only one basis by which this president has performed his function as president of this country. He followed the constitutional command and the directive and the order which says that the primary task of a government is to serve and to protect the people. Ang pangunahing layunin ng pamahalaan na itinatakda sa Section 4, Article 2 of the Constitution ay nagsasabi, ang pagsisilbi at ang pagpoproteksyon sa sambayanan, yan ang iyong tungkulin at sapagkat siya ang ama at head of state, yun din ang nakaakat sa kanyang balita. Kaya nakita po natin, itong presidente ito, wala po siyang pakialam kung siya'y siraan. Wala pong pakialam kung siya'y magkasakit. Wala po siyang pakialam kung siya'y ikukulong. Basta sinusunod niya ang saligang batas na nagsasabing bigyan mo ng pagsisilbi ang sambayanan at bigyan mo ng proteksyon. Kaya nakita naman po natin, ito yata ang presidente ang nakakuha ng pinakamataas na rating sa kasaysayan ng bansa. 91%. No president in the history, even magsaysay, could have gotten that. And in the words of a BBC commentator, nung siya po ay ini-interview si Reza, sapagkat sabi ni Maria Reza, yung presidente yan ay galit kami dyan sapagkat siya nasa likod ng mga massacre, kung ano-ano pa mga sinasabi niya. Kung mga sinisira niya ang imahin ng Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa mata ng buong mundo. Ang sabi po nitong BBC commentator, you picture your president as someone who is not accepted by the people, and yet your trust and approval rating is such stratospheric that only heads of state and other presidents can dream about. Pangarap lamang yan. Pero yung presidente ninyo, nakuha niya, lumalampas sa bubong. Tapos sasabihin mo sa kanya, sa akin, hindi siya tinatanggap. Kasinungalingan. Kaya po, napaka-swerte po natin. Makikita naman po natin, yan lang mo pong build na project ni Presidente, Diyos kong maawain. Daang-daang libong kilometrahe ng mga daan, ng tulay, ng mga bagong eskwelahan, ng mga modular hospitals. Kahit saan kayo magpunta, ay makikita niyo po ang kakaiba na programa ng Presidente. Ito lang po ang Presidente, by the way, na yung pong mga sinimulan ng mga naunang presidente na nakatenga, itinuloy niya. Hindi po ito kagaya ng iba na pag nagkaroon ng magandang accomplishments, either sinisira or pinapabayaan na masira o kaya naman yung naumpisahan, hindi tinutuloy. Iba ho ang presidente ito. Kita nyo naman, siya lang ho ang nagbigay din ng pagtugon sa pangangailangan ng mga gagaya po ng sundalo natin. Di po ba?
Siya lang ang nagbigay ng dobleng sahod. Yung mga guro natin at pati yung mga magsasaka, siya rin ang nagbigay ng pinakamaraming certificate of land ownership sa buong kasaysayan ng bansa. Pati yung mga mangingisda natin, lahat ng sektor, ilan pong pandemya natin, ilan po bang bilyon-bilyon na ayuda ang tinanggap. Sa madalit sabi, we're so lucky to have this president. Now he's going to step down. Kaya ang inyo pong lingkod, hindi niyo po na itatanong, it took me 10 years to make him run for president. Magkaibigan po kami ng 37 years. Kinulit ko. At bumisit several years before 2016. 10 taon nga po eh. At ang sabi ko po sa kanya, whether you like it or not, you are destined to become president. Because you have a date with destiny and an appointment with history, you will run because there will be a people's clamor for you to run, and run you will and win overwhelmingly. Hindi po siya naniniwala hanggang nangyari nga po. Pagkatapos, eto na ho siya. Aalis na naman siya. And so, 3 years ago, I launched the Sara for President movement sa Hong Kong. Sinabi ko na kailangan ang ganitong tao na may kalintulad na katangian ng presidente, matapang, may ulo, abogado, may karanasan, may malasakit sa kapwa. At 3 buwan po mahigit ang nakakaraan. Nilunsad ko rin ang Duterte. Sapagkat sabi ko, si Presidente Duterte kinakailangan tumakbo upang may pagpatuloy niya yung kanyang mga tinanim na yumabong na. Mahihirapan po tayo. Pag may nakasingit, may problema na naman tayo, balik na naman tayo. Kaya sabi ko kay Presidente, umiikot po ako at talagang ang sigaw ng bayan ay siya ay tumakbong Vice Presidente. At pag yan po ay dumating na, ang problema lang po natin, si Mayor Sara, ayaw tumakbo. Subalit pinipilit ng taong bayan. At sabi ko pa nga, at sabi rin ni Presidente, kung ayaw ni Mayor Sara, nandiyan si Christopher Bongo, na hinug na rin na maging Presidente. Sapagkat on-the-job training for 23 years as aide, 4 years as a member of the cabinet, and now 2 years as a senator. And yet, makikita po natin kung nagbabasa kayo ng pahigan, araw-araw nasa dyaryo, ang mukha niya, meron siyang mga ayuda rito, ayuda doon. At the same time, senador na, umaatin pa rin ang cabinet meeting, ginagawa niya pa rin ang kanyang trabaho sa Senado. Kaya, gusto po natin na patakbuhin si Presidente bilang Vice President. Kahapon, doon po sa meeting ng 18 mayors ng Lipa, Batangas, nag-video call po si Presidente. At sinabi po ng mga alkalde na talagang gusto nila si Presidente. Ang sabi po ni Presidente, kung ang pagtakbo ko ay makakabigay ng ginhawa sa ating bansa, ako pero kung hindi naman, ibigay na lang natin sa iba. Pero yung mga mayor talagang, kayo po ang gusto namin. At doon po sa isang pagtitipon sa Holy Spirit, sa Payatas ng Quezon City, sa bagong silangan kung saan nagkaroon din ng video call at yung mga tao talaga, Duterte sila ng Duterte bilang Vice Presidente. Ito po ang sabi, ito ang binitawan ni Presidente. Kasi sabi ko, paano po yan, Ginoong Presidente, naririnig nyo naman, nakikita nyo ang tao. Pang ilang ulit na po yan na nakikita nyo. Ano pong magiging sagot nyo? Sabi po ni Presidente, ganito, kung yan ang sigaw ng bayan, kung yan ang tinig ng bayan, susundin ko ang utos ng bayan. Ibig po sabihin, kinukonsider niyang tumakbo. So, ano po ang aking pakiusap sa inyong lahat? Minsan sa isang gabi, sa ating pag-iisa, manalangin po tayo sa dakilang lumikha. Sino man at anuman ang pagkakakilala ninyo sa Kanya. Siya man ang dakilang Diyos na Jesucristo ng mga Kristiyano o siya ay si Allah. Manalangin po tayo. Nabigyan po natin ng panalangin ang mga binanggit kong Diyos natin. Sapagkat iba-iba ang lahi natin, Iisa lang naman ang dakilang lumika na lumika sa ating lahat. Pagdasal po natin, padalahan ng mga anghel na magbibigay kay Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte ng salukob, takpan, upang ang Pangulong ito ay mailigtas sa anumang sakuna, anumang sakit, anumang pagtatangka sa kanyang buhay upang manatiling malusog at matapos ang kanyang matapat na pagsisilbi sa taong bayan. At kung siya man ay maging presidente, ipagdasal din po natin na ituloy niya ang kanyang mga sinungalan sapagkat pag siya po ay nakatapos at buhay pagkatapos na kanyang termino bilang presidente at vice-presidente, I dare say, itatala sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa na si Rodrigo Roa Duterte ang pinakamagaling, pinakamabait, pinakamatapat at pinakadakilang Pangulo ng bansa. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Secretary Panelo, for relaying the message of Senator Bongo. This is indeed a momentous event that allows further discussions, deliberation, and consolidation of all the regional programs of our Bangsamoro government to the local government units. And also, this generates even more ideas and strategies that can transform into action. Also, Secretary Panelo also shared na hinihingi niya itong pagkakataon na tayong lahat ay magkaisa upang isulong ang interes ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region as there is no more space for us to be disunited. So again, thank you so much, Secretary Panelo. The Bangsamoro Organic Law, dubbed as one of the most comprehensive legislations in modern history, would have not survived the stringent process in the Congress if it were not for its champions. Today, one of those champions is here with us, joining us via Zoom. He may very well be the father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Being yet another Mindanaoan, I am pleased to welcome the principal author of the Bangsamoro Organic Law and currently the Senate Majority Floor Leader, Senator Juan Miguel Migs Zubiri.
Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to my brothers and sisters of BARM.
Salamat.
Greetings to Sheikh Khalifa Nando, our wali, to my dear good friend, Chief Minister Murad Ibrahim, to the ministers of BARM, and our other leaders of the ministries, together with Speaker Balindong and members of Parliament, to our governors, mayors, and other local officials throughout the BARM, together with these excellencies of the different countries supporting our efforts for peace and progress in Mindanao, and my fellow Mindanaoans. Thank you for inviting me to this year's Bangsamoro Governance Summit. My apologies that I could not join you physically today as we are deep in the preparation for the State of the Nation address and the opening of the Philippine Senate for Monday. This, my dear friends, is a crucial time for BARM. The pandemic interrupted a lot of the Bangsamoro government's plans throughout 2020. And while it isn't over yet, I think we're at a point where we can be more optimistic and more forward-looking and identify projects and programs that we will need to spearhead the growth and development of BARM beyond this pandemic. I'm very happy to see that despite the challenges of this pandemic, the BTA and our LGUs have been able to hold much needed consultations to identify the needs of our people and what projects and programs they require, both short-term and the long-term. These consultations are necessary for the BTA to successfully parlay our BOL-mandated budget into meaningful programs and initiatives that will really reach our people on the grassroots level. And as author of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, a major piece of legislation that I'm most proud of, my dear brothers and sisters, I am your ally in bringing these projects and programs to life. We have the budget, and we made sure of that. You know how we fought very hard to keep the provisions of the annual block grant, the special development fund, and a share of our national taxes. And now we are seeing a well-funded barn ready to pave the way for truly a peaceful and autonomous future. I know that nearly half the total budget of this year, about 33 billion pesos out of the 80 billion peso block grant, has been dedicated to social services like education, health, people's affairs, which assure me that the BARM is really prioritizing the socio-economic upliftment of our people. I am especially supportive of initiatives to strengthen education. That, my dear friends, really is the key to growth and the key out of poverty. And I'm very glad that BARM is investing a lot in education, a large 23.5 billion for this year alone. And I know that 19 billion has been allocated to economic services like public works, agriculture and fisheries, and transportation and communication. Sectors, my dear friends, that are really crucial for the development of the region. I've always said that any development in Mindanao is tied to peace and order. This is true not just for BARM, but also for our provinces here in Mindanao, from the north, south, east, and west. The more that we're able to develop our industries and uplift the lives of our people, the more that we'll be able to eliminate causes for violence, insurgency, and war. So, my dear friends, I applaud the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, our LGUs, and the rest of the ministries, together with our Chief Minister Murad, for working together in striving towards peace and progress. I hope that this cooperation continues successfully because it's really necessary that we have a unified plan and vision for the Bangsamoro region. As mentioned earlier by Chief Minister Murad, the rope in the logo is the rope that will tie us together, united as a people in Mindanao. That is the way towards genuine peace and prosperity. And I've always said this, just and lasting peace. And finally, before I end my speech, I'm sure you are waiting patiently for my announcement. We in the Senate are in the final stages of passing the bill, postponing the BARM elections. Postponing the BARM elections so that you will be able to deliver your promises to our people of this elusive peace and prosperity. Inshallah, within a month's time, we will get it done. I am always here as your ally, a fellow Mindanaoan who believes in the just and lasting peace that you all are striving for. I am ready to offer all the help I can give to my Bangsamoro brothers and sisters. Alhamdulillah. Maraming salamat po. Shukran to my dear brothers and sisters of the Bangsamoro. God bless you all. May Allah bless you more.
Thank you so much, Senator Mix. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao is truly your second home. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao region faces several challenges that require coordination from every layer of the government. Right now, we are pleased to introduce the Interior and Local Government Minister, Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo, to discuss the state of local governance, functionality, and performance.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Chief Minister Alhaj Murad Ibrahim, the good Secretary Sal Panelo, probably one of the coolest, if not the coolest member of the Duterte cabinet, from whom, in a quick meeting this morning over breakfast, I've learned a lot, including a new name for selfie. Salpi na daw, Sal Panelo. Of course, Senator Miggs, my boss, and one of the very few who can rightfully claim to be the father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. We are forever grateful, Mr. Senator, for all the assistance that you provided in the enactment of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, as well as the push for resetting the elections from 2022 to 2025. Speaker Pangilinan Balindong, Speaker of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority and the Bangsamoro Parliament, members of the Parliament, fellow members of the Cabinet of the region, honorable governors, mayors, fellow workers in government, magandang umaga ho sa atin lahat. I will walk you through the state of governance in the Bangsamoro so that you would know precisely where we stand on different areas of governance in the region. The hope is that from this data that we are sharing with you, many of the ministries, as well as local chief executives, would be able to see the major strides that we are achieving in terms of governance in the region, as well as the key challenges that continues to confront the region. In this way, we can be more focused in our programs as well as in our interventions in the areas of governance in the region. So we will be utilizing one of the tools that is utilized by the Ministry of the Interior and local government in the region to measure the functionality of local government units. So this is one of the key programs of the ministry called the LOGFA, or the Local Government Functionality Assessment, where we are able to measure the functionality of local government units. So there are essentially 7 areas of functionality, or 7 elements of functionality for local government units. The first is the presence of government center with facilities. One of the key measures for functionality for LGU is the presence of a government center with facilities. If you don't have this center, you can hardly claim to be a government because your people would not be able to access services or even get to you so that they can ask what your government actually is doing. Second element of functionality is the presence of working elected and appointed officials and key functionaries. And I emphasize the word working elected and appointed officials. The third is the functional local special bodies. So in the autonomous region, we do have a different setup in terms of the degree of devolution for key services and functions to local government units, which is an incident of the devolution process under the Local Government Code of 1991 and the pre-existing autonomous region in Muslim Mindanao enacted in 1989. So many of the special bodies here would look at the organization of that body, the dedicated funding for it, as well as the programs being developed for local special bodies. The fourth element is functional local legislative body. So as you would know, in the Philippines, we do have a presidential system that is reflected all the way down to local government units, where you have an executive and a legislative body. A key to performing and functional LGUs is the functionality of the local legislative body. The fifth is approved mandated plans and budgets. On an annual basis, you're required to enact your budget, which would follow a specific plan for you. There are different plans required for local government units. Six is the available, visible, and accessible basic services. So if you're running a government, you need to provide basic services. These services needs to be available, visible, and accessible to people. Seventh, which is the last element of functionality, is sound fiscal management. So resources are never enough. It is important that we manage the fiscal condition of local government units. So you will never have unlimited budgets. It will always be resources are short, and therefore you need to manage it. This assessment covers 123 local government units in the region. Out of the 124, this assessment covers 123. The reason for that is in 2022, Cotabato City was transferred to us quite late, and therefore it was not included in the functional assessment by the ministry. What is the mode of assessment being adopted here? First is the documentary review based on submitted documents by local government units. So from the LGUs, we get hold of documents required by law to be submitted in the ministry. Second is on-site validation and interview with key officials and personnel. So we do not rely solely on documentary evidences submitted by the local government units. We do an on-site validation and interview with key officials and personnel. Third is data entry in the LOGFA web-based system. So this is a web-based system where local government units and our local government operations officers enter the data through a web-based system. Number four is data calibration and analysis. From what's entered into the web-based system, data is calibrated and analyzed. The last part is presentation of the results, which we are sharing with you today. So overall, you would, next slide please. You would note that there are levels of functionality for local government units in the region, and this is based on a scoring system adopted by LOGFA. If you garner 80 and above rating, you're considered as an ideal local government unit in terms of functionality. If you garner 51 to 79% rating, you are considered as a mature local government unit. If you garner 21 to 50 rating, you are considered as a progressive local government unit. If you get 20 and below, you are just a basic local government unit. So for 2020, here are the results. So we have a summary of the functionality result by local government units overall for the 123 local government units. That includes 5 provinces and over 100 municipalities and 3 cities. Out of the 123 LGUs in the region, 100 were able to satisfy the requirement high to moderate high of a functional LGU. So if you look at the 46% a large part of LGUs in the region have reached yung ideal functionality. So we have nearly half of the LGUs are in the ideal functionality rating. 23 local government units were able to comply to moderate low to low functionality. You look at mature LGUs, that's around 35%. The blue in the pie chart represents mature LGUs. 18% represents the progressive LGUs, and only 1% is actually considered basic. The next slide would show you the summary per province of the rating or level of functionality for local government units. So Maguindanao, for instance, consisting of 37 municipalities, 16 of the 37 is ideal, 14 is mature, 7 is progressive, and there are no basic LGUs. Lanao del Sur, which has a total of 41 local government units, 26 of that is ideal, mature 12, progressive 3, and 0 for basic. For Basilan, which has a total number of 13, ideal is 4, mature is 4, progressive is 5, and there are no LGUs at the basic level of functionality. For Sulu, which has a total of 20 local government units, 3 are ideal, 11 are mature, 6 are progressive, and there are no basic level of functionality LGU in Sulu. Tawi-Tawi, we have 12 local government units, 8 of the 12 is considered ideal, 2 are mature, 1 is progressive, and there's 1 that has obtained basic level of functionality. So you have a total of 57 ideal LGUs, 43 are mature, 22 are progressive, and 1 Tawi-Tawi is considered basic. We'll look at the element number 1, which is presence of government center with facilities. There's a summation here for element number 1, which is your next slide. So you look at permanent government centers. We have 76 of the 76% of the 123 have permanent government centers. 24 do not have. 24%. So if you're looking at the priority programs for LGUs, we should look at 24% that do not have permanent government center. LGUs with equipment and facilities, including department offices, 100%. So it's not facilities and equipments is not an issue among local government units in the Bangsamoro. LGU facilities for all regional line agencies sa 97%, and there's a 3% that do not have facilities for all regional line agencies. Provincial capital, municipal hall, there is only 2%. And in fact, under the current administration in the BARM, we have already closed the gap for absence of municipal hall because we are currently building 16 municipal halls in the region. So this, by next year, would be gone for municipalities. PNP station, 99%. There's a 1% absence of PNP station. The basic issue for PNP station in the region is whether it is standard or not. That is the basic issue for now. Public market, if you look at public market, 82% have public markets, but there's still 18% that do not have public market. Municipal plaza or park, this is where you have a bigger gap because only 53% of LGUs have public plaza or park, there's still 47% that do not have. Children's Park also, 62% have, 38% do not have Children's Park in the LGUs in the region. Multipurpose center, gymnasium, covered court, you also have a higher presence at 95%, only 5% do not have multipurpose centers. Fire station is another gap in the region. 53% of LGUs have fire stations, but 47%, almost half, do not have fire stations. Healthcare facilities, you have a higher percentage also at 98%, but you have still a gap of 2%. Evacuation centers, 84% have evacuation centers, only 16% do not have. Schools or daycare centers, you have a higher percentage at 95%, but there's still a gap of 5%. Disaster Operations Center should also be a focus and a concern because we do have perennial disasters in the region. We have 76% and 24% is the gap. 24% of the LGUs do not have Disaster Operations Center. Should be a focus of intervention for the region. Waste disposal facility, SLF, MRF, RCA, you also have a substantial gap here. 60% of LGUs have waste disposal facility, but still you have a 40% gap, absence of SLF, MRF, RCA. Functional water system should also be a concern. You have 85%, but you still have a gap of 15%. So water system project is still an important project in the region. So overall, LGU, the next slide please. LGU BARM's overall performance in element 1 is ideal. So if you look at, in summary, 56% of the basic government facilities were complied by 94% of the LGUs, such as the presence of LGU facilities and space for both department heads and line agencies, presence of provincial city municipal halls, PNP stations, multipurpose centers, gymnasium, healthcare facilities, schools, and water system. Although enhancement, and this is a question of standards, renovations are also needed to further improve the above-mentioned facilities due to dilapidation, small spaces for the centers, substandard conditions, and other factors. Around 44% of the basic facilities have low compliance in the LGUs, and more interventions are still needed, particularly on the following: the presence of enabling laws and documentary requirements for a permanent government center. So what we often encounter is that while you have the buildings in these LGUs, there is a lingering issue about ownership of the site of government centers. Second is the provision of facilities such as permanent government centers, city municipal plaza or parks, children's parks or recreation facilities, fire stations, evacuation centers, and disaster operations centers, and waste disposal facilities. So this should be priorities both for LGUs and the regional government. Let's proceed to element number 2, which is presence of working, elected, and appointed officials and functionaries. If you look at the graph, this deals with the issue of permanent appointment for mandatory and optional positions. Agriculturists, only 5% is present. This is understandable. Social welfare officer is 9%. General services office, 6%. Veterinarian is at 2%. PDRRMO, CDRMO, MDRRMO is has a higher presence in the LGU, 61%, because of a new law mandating the appointment of personnel and key functionaries for DRRM. Legal officer is just 5%. Health officer is 42%. Administrator for municipalities at 10% presence. Local civil registrar, 60%. Municipal and provincial engineers, 76%. MPDC, CPDC, PPDC, 60%. Budget officer, 76%. Accountant, 55%. Assessor, 56%. Treasurer, 70%. SB, Sangguniang Bayan or Sangguniang Panlalawigan Secretary, 72%. Interestingly, you would note that there are mandatory positions which are required for disbursements to occur, but there is still a gap. So we will have to carefully look at this one because this has relevance to the validity and legal issues arising out of disbursements being made by local government units. Local officials reporting to office regularly, 85% do, only 15% absence for local officials reporting regularly in their office. Submission of annual local government reports, such as LCPC, annual report, 61%, PWD, 58%, POPS-P, 73%, DRRM, 77%, GAD, 85%, annual report, 60%. So there's still a gap in terms of submission of annual report. So overall, performance in element number 2 is mature with an average of 73%. For the permanent appointment of mandatory and optional positions, around 65% of LGUs filled up the positions. The rest remain either vacant, designated, or temporary status, while the filling up of positions that are yet to be devolved in the LGUs remain very, very low. So there are still gaps, and some of the major challenges here is that local government units do not have permanent officials for key positions, but are rather designated. 85% of local officials reported to office regularly, while there are still 15% officials who do not report regularly. Around 69% of LGUs are compliant in the submission of annual mandatory reports such as annual report, DRR plan, POPCAR, sectoral reports. So 69%. Element number 3, which is functional local special bodies. And I think it's important to focus on this one. And this is more urgently during this pandemic and in reference to the challenge of devolution in the region where ministries of the regional government and local government units are required to partner in the organization and to make functional these local special bodies. So, for instance, for local development councils, we have 60% presence, while there's still a big gap for local development council, 60%, or rather 40%. For LPOC, or Local Peace and Order Council, we have 73%, but there's still a gap of 27%. Local Health Board, and this is significant in view of the pandemic and the need for MOH and the LGUs to work together. Local Health Board is at 57%. There's a huge gap of 43%. Local School Board, 57%, but there's still a big gap, which is 43%. LANAC, or the Local Anti-Drug Abuse Council, we have a higher percentage of presence at 74%, but there's still 26%. LDRRMC, or the Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, 66%, but there is still 34% gap. And then LCPC, which is your Local Council for Protection of Children, is at 55% presence, 45% absence. LCCAT or VAUC, or the Local Committee on Anti-Trafficking and Violence Against Women and Children, you have 47%, but there's a huge gap of 53%. PLEB, or the People's Law Enforcement Board, 46%, and a huge gap of 46%. ESWMB, or the Ecological Solid Waste Management Board, there's a huge gap of 68% absence, merely 32% presence. So BARM LGU's overall performance for element number 3 is mature with an average of 56%. For an LGU to be considered fully functional, it must comply with the following. So let's get into this one and be very focused. One is you need to have an organized local special body. So you have to have it organized. Second, you need to conduct regular meetings. Third, you need an approved plan and a budget for LSBs. And fourth, the submission of accomplishment reports of LSBs. 74% of the local government units have functional LADAC, the highest among the LSBs, while the ESWMB has the lowest with the rating of 32. So you can easily see where programs and projects for intervention to LGUs would be more effective. Our findings for LGUs with progressive and basic levels of functionality have the following common reasons. Limited support of local government units to local special bodies, lack of LGU support to CSO membership, lack of interest of civil society organizations to be accredited to the LGU, which is the demand side of governance, laxity of the local Sanggunian on civil society accreditation. Let's proceed with element number 4, which is your functional local legislative body. For element number 4, functional local legislative body, this is how it looks like in the BARM. Updated and operational internal rules and proceedings and procedure for local legislative bodies, 89%, only 11% do not have. One session hall, presence of facilities in the session halls of the local legislative bodies, 94% presence, only 6% absence. With tables and chairs for all LSB members, 94%, very high, only 6%. Gavel and other important instruments in the conduct of hearing and proceedings in the local legislative bodies, 87%, only 13% absence. Appointment or designation of support staff, also high, 86%, only 14% absence. Conduct of SB sessions where we have a problem, 43% only, and you have a huge gap of 57% for the conduct of or the absence of Sanggunian Bayan sessions. Presence of legislative tracking system, 53%, and a huge gap of 47%. The Code of General Ordinances, 56% and 44% absence. Revenue Code, 75%, 25% absence. Local Investment and Incentive Code, 59%, 41% absence. Market Code, 54%, and still a huge gap of 46% absence. Health and Sanitation Code, 54%, and a huge gap of 46%. Code for Children, you have a higher percentage at 72%, but still 28% absence. The Gender and Development Code, 73%, and 27% absence. Environmental code, 60% presence, 40% absence. Zoning ordinances, where we have a major challenge. Only 34% of LGUs in the region have. A huge 66% do not have zoning ordinances. So your development growth would be a bit disorganized, where you have not set up the zoning for the development of your local government units, where you classify where residential areas are, industrial areas, and commercial areas. BARM LGU's overall performance in element number 4 is mature with an average score of 68%. 90% of the LGUs are compliant in the establishment of IRP, Sangguniang Session Hall, facilities and appointment of support staff. Only 43% are conducting regular session, not even half. Only 59% are compliant in the enactment of local ordinances. Issues in the functionality of local legislative body includes the following: limited knowledge in the establishment of legislative tracking system, lack of responsiveness of the legislative agenda, availability of legislative documents such as ordinances, resolutions, journal minutes, committee reports, and others. Effectiveness of performance of Sangguniang, regular sessions conducted, efficiency performance of Sangguniang process and procedure, quality of office setup and staff complement, capacity development for legislators and staff. So for those who wanted to intervene in these areas, you have pretty much an outline of where the gaps are. Element number 5, approve mandated plans and budgets. For element number 5, on approved mandates, mandated plans and budgets, if you look at the graph, approved annual budget on time, for provinces, 100% compliance. For city, 100% compliance. For municipalities, 86%. And there are still municipalities whose annual budget is not enacted on time. So not approved on time, 14%. Approved mandated plans, these are the numbers. Solid Waste Management Plan, 41%. LYDP, 49%. PWD Plan, 50%. Senior Citizens Plan, 59%. POPs Plan at 94%. Children's Plan at 65%. Gender and Development Plan, 77%. Contingency Plan at 65%. LCCAP, 61%. LDRRMP, 75%. Annual Investment Program, 89%. LDIP, 80%. CDPLA, 85%. PDPFP, CLUP, this is where you have a huge gap. Only 36% presence. So this is a major issue in the region for LGUs, as well as the technical assistance that needs to be provided by the appropriate ministries in the regional government. BARM LGU's overall performance in element number 5 is ideal with an average score of 80%. 85 to 94% of LGUs are compliant in formulating their PAPSP, AIP, LDIP, CDPLA. Only 36% to 49% have complied in formulating their PDPFP, CLUP, SWMP, and LYDP. Issues in this element include outdated plans, not approved plans by concerned councils, and not adopted by the local Sangguniang concerned. For element number 6, which is available, visible, and accessible basic services, let me show you the graphical representation of the same. Presence of help assistance desk in the LGUs, you have a presence of 80%. Only 20% do not have. And then Peace and Order Council Safety Support Services, you have 89%. Only 11% do not have. Social Welfare Support Services, 88%, 12% absence. Education services, 85%, 15% absence. Health sanitation services, 85% and 15% absence. Economic and agricultural support services, 87%, 13% absence. Available and accessible frontline services, 81% presence, 19% absence. Presence of citizens charter, there is a big gap, 64% presence and 36% absence. This should be a priority because our citizens need to understand how exactly are they going to avail of the services being provided by local government units. BARM LGU's overall performance for element number 6 is ideal with an average score of 82%. Although ideal, there is still a need to improve the LGU performance in the provision of basic services since there are still challenges in the indicators in these elements such as minimal LGU budget allocation for social services due to non-devolution, which is important in our discussion on the implications of the Mandanas ruling. So, as you can see in the region, many of the basic services are delivered by the ministries, not necessarily by local government units. So, for instance, your municipal health officer, except for Marawi and Basilan, that's paid by the Ministry of Health, not by the local government unit, unlike in administrative regions. Presence of functional citizens charter is low. There are certain activities that are not reflected in the LGU's AIP. Disalignment or misalignment of the plans versus the implementation of the PPA. So you have a plan, but when it is executed, it is different from what has been planned. Unstable peace and order that disrupt the provision of basic services. Let's go to the last element, which is element number 7, sound fiscal management. This is how it looks like in the region. You have an organized local finance committee at 91%. Only 9% remains to be organized. Compliance to full disclosure policy at 93%. There's still 7% gap. With qualified and qualified commission on audits findings, 89%, and only 11% absence. With organized bids and awards committee, 82%, but there's still 18% absence of a BAC or a bids and awards committee. Bids and awards committee with regular meetings, this is where the gap is. You have 68% presence but 32% absence. So there's still a big gap in terms of the presence of bids and awards committee at the level of LGUs in the region. LGU's overall performance in element number 7 is ideal with an average score of 85. For LGUs with progressive and basic levels of functionality, the common issues are BAC meetings are not documented, and most of the local government units are not observing the synchronized local planning and budgeting. So if you look at the summary of the functionality rating for us, under element number 1, elements of functionality, under element number 1, 82% functionality rating, which is an ideal functionality level. Element number 2, at 73%, that's mature level of functionality. Element number 3 at 56% is mature. Element number 4, 68% mature. Element number 5, 80%, which is ideal. Element number 6, 82%, ideal. Element number 7, 85%, which is ideal. So overall state of functionality of the local governments in the BARM is 75, which is under mature functionality level. So what are the ways forward for us in terms of functionality of LGUs in the region? We will continue to monitor and provide technical assistance to further improve the functionality and performance of local government units. In relation to this, we call on our colleagues in the different ministries to provide the needed technical assistance in the areas that I have earlier outlined to you to be the gaps. Develop strategies and programs to address the needs, gaps of the LGUs in convergence with other concerned ministries. I think this is the best opportunity to bring about convergence among LGUs and the ministries. We continue to conduct consultations with the LGUs to complement the PPAs between the regional government and the local government units. And we should continue to recognize and incentivize those performing local government units and adopt measures to at least call the attention of poorly performing or non-performing local government units in the region. So in summary, that's how we look at functionality in the region and the measures that needs to be undertaken. Maraming salamat po ulit. Magandang umaga ho sa atin lahat.
Thank you, MILG Minister Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo. At this point, we will now proceed with the presentation of the Mandanas ruling and its impact on local government units and the regional government. May I call on the Senior Minister, Abdul Rauf Makakua, to be assisted by the Ministry of Interior and Local Government Director General, Khalid Tumagay. Let's give them a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To our guest from Malacanang, Secretary Sal Panelo, kaninang paggarinig ko, panalo. Hindi pala kay panalo sa pagka-spokesman, panalo sa pagka-legal advisor ni Presidente, pwedeng panalo sa Senado. Yun lang ang nagrinig ko kanina eh. So, pwede rin tayo maggamali. Nabiggasin yung panalo sa panalo. Walang problema sa kanya yon. So, pwede rin mangyari na mamaya, yung selfie na alam natin, pwedeng selfie sa kanya. Yun ang sitwasyon ni Secretary Sal Panelo. We have to abbreviate the Sal. Sa Senator din na si Juan Miguel Zubiri, pwede rin mix kasi malapit ng 22. Members of the House of Representatives who are monitoring with us, the Chief Minister Ahud B. Ibrahim Al-Haj, complete name ito kasi kailangan i-shorten natin sa 2025. Sa ngayon, hindi pa kailangan i-shorten ng Ahud Ibrahim. The Speaker, Pangalian Balindong, members of the Parliament who are present and the members of the ministers who are also present, the ministers, the provincial governors, si Jim, i-shorten natin ito kasi kailangan sa 22. Si Mang, shorten din ito. Si Bumbit Ajong, shorten din ang pangalan. Yung mga iba who are presently participating in virtual, I believe Governor Tan and his group is in Hulu who are also participating virtually. To other representative of different ministers and land agencies, law enforcement agencies, other provincial officials, ladies and gentlemen, and also I especially mention our international partners to the peace and development of Mindanao, and also Dato Samim Mastura, who are presently here, and his wife Dimple Mastura. Sa inyong lahat ay repeat, I reiterate, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The long journey towards our collective dream and aspirations of a peaceful and progressive Bangsamoro region has officially commenced when the Bangsamoro people overwhelmingly ratified the Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, through the selfless and untiring support of all local chief executives, religious and community leaders, and of course, especially our mujahidins. This is the first step of our struggle towards peaceful and progressive Bangsamoro has now been realized. With this, in behalf of the Office of the Chief Minister and the BTA, allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude, for without your sustained support, we never know how far we are in the change process we are currently taking. Upon installation of the BTA, the Chief Minister, Ahud B. Ibrahim Al-Haj, unveiled the 12-point regional agenda for peace and development. One of the agenda is the strengthening of the regional and local complementation through integration of vertical development plans and priorities. We believe that the key to effective reconstruction and development is the empowerment of our local government units. On July 15, 2019, barely 4 months after our assumption to office, the Chief Minister directed the formulation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao, or BARM Local Government Code, suited to our autonomous setting and needs. The new Bangsamoro Local Government Code is envisioned to serve as a guide and enabling policy for our constituents' LGU to unleash their potentials in making life easier for the Bangsamoro people. Had this been enacted, we are sure that through your consistent support, we may see more bold steps towards our dream of change and innovation. However, the legislation of new local government code has been delayed due to some major constraints that need extensive consultation, including the recent development at the national level, such as the Mandanas ruling. The Chief Minister and the BTA as a whole is concerned of providing substantial accountabilities to constituents LGUs without proper analysis of your LGUs' financial capacity and access to technology, given our state of development after the half-century experience of protracted war. In fact, of Mandana's ruling, which later our staff will present to you so that we can have a thorough knowledge of its impact, is another issue that we need to look into and integrate in our local government code. While the ruling provides you more financial resources, it would also mean that some of the nationally funded projects will be devolved to you. However, based on our initial assessment, the cost of devolved functions and services is much higher than the increase of your share from the national tax. With this, we are happy for the conduct of this Bangsamoro Governance Summit. This activity will allow us to see how we can best coordinate, cooperate, and collaborate towards our one and the same goal of making lives easier to our people. Our team is ready to present to you our macro targets and is also prepared to hear from you a development direction and what specific assistance you may need towards the long road of ideas and aspiration. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ikat na lang siguro, no? Ikat na lang natin.
Thank you so much, Senior Minister Abdul Rauf Makakua. As much as we want to extend our program, we need to end our first part this morning because it's Friday. And we will resume our presentation after the Juma prayer. For now, we have announcements. For lunch, there is a special lunch for the following officials at the BCPCH at the right side of the SKCC lobby, right outside. So our usherettes will guide you, Chief Minister, governors who are present here, Secretary Panelo, and members of the transition team. For the mayors, on the other hand, you are all invited at the SKCC lobby for the lunch. For the staff, packed meals are prepared outside. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to please settle down as we are about to start our program in a few minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon to each and everyone. Again, we welcome you all to the first ever Bangsamoro Governance Summit, the afternoon session. We hope you had a sumptuous meal during the lunchtime. So to proceed with our program, may I call on the Director General of the Ministry of Interior and Local Government, Khalid Dumagay, to discuss further the Mandanas ruling and its impact on local government units and to the regional government. Let's give him a round of applause.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To save time, let me proceed to my presentation regarding the policy issue on devolution, especially our case in the BA RMM. So, to give you a little background, historical background, ARM was created by virtue of RA 6734, officially inaugurated on August 1989. And please note na binibigyan ko ng emphasis yung mga date at saka mga year kasi isa ito sa dahilan or cause of the devolution issue na na-experience natin during ARM time hanggang sa kasalukuyan. No? During that time, our local government code was the Batas Pambansa 337, wherein ang power and function ng ating local government during that time is merely to assist the different agencies. During the establishment ng ERMM, ang gobyerno natin is highly centralized. Even the delivery of basic services down to the grassroots level is ginagawa ng national government. No? So ang role ng ating local government unit is to assist yung concerned agencies na makarating ito sa kanilang constituent. So let's look at the mandate of devolution under the 6734, the 1954, the Local Government Code of 1991 or RA 7160. No? ARM was mandated to adopt a policy on local autonomy whereby regional power shall be devolved to local government unit where appropriate, provided that until a regional law implementing this provision is enacted by the ARM, the local government code shall prevail. So ang nire-refer dito na local government code again is the BP 337, no? Hindi yung 7160. However, in 1991, the National Congress enacted the RA 7160, devolving substantial powers and function of the national government to the local government unit. Section 17 of the RA 7160 mandate the LGU to discharge function and responsibilities of national agencies and offices devolved to them pursuant to this local government code. Ang naging problema dito is hindi in-exempt ang ERMM. No? In fact, nire-reiterate doon sa 7160 na the 7160 will be applied in the ERMM. So dito pa lang nagkaroon na ng problema kasi binigay yon under the 6734, tayo yung may power na mag-enact ng ating local government code para tayo ang mag-determine sa arrangement ng regional government and its constituent local government unit. So napilitan ng ARM in 1995 to enact our own local government code, also known as the MMA number 25, kung saan dinevolve natin yung DSIM services to the local government unit. No? Yung devolved services under Section 16 of the 7160 and Section 17 is ni-reiterate natin doon sa MMA 25, specifically Section 14. Ginumerate doon na yung basic services such as health, agriculture, social welfare, environmental management, local infrastructure is devolved to our constituent local government unit. So how we apply this law? The transfer of personnel and asset of national government to ARM happened in 1990. So nagkaroon ng immediate devolution after the enactment of 6734 from national to the regional government. The ARM local government code provides, yung MMA 25, no? Provides that the health officer, agriculturist, environmental officer, social welfare will be selected, appointed, and paid by the regional government based on the 3 nominees of the local chief executive. So kung tingnan natin, ang intent ng provision na ito is babayaran lang ng regional government, pero this personnel will be under the operational supervision and control of the local government unit. No? Sila yung mag-instruct sa mga field officer na ito, I mean the local chief executive, para ma-deliver yung devolved services as provided under 7160 and the MMA 25. However, dahil dun sa ma-expand ang ARM natin, pumasok ang Basilan at saka Marawi City when they already enjoyed the full devolution. So may attempt noon ng ARM na mag-request ng additional personnel for the field offices in Basilan and in Marawi City, pero hindi na-grant ng DBM dahil devolve na nga yung position. And in fact, sinabi rin nila na you are supposed to devolve other personnel or personnel in other local government unit. So the ARM did not reorganize the structure after the implementation of 7160 at saka MMA 25 for one reason. Ano yung reason? Walang malinaw na guideline na if we restructure our regional government during that time, if we re-engineer, magkakaroon yan ng sibing di ba? Kung paninipisin mo yung structure mo, especially kung i-devolve mo yung basic na field offices, ninipis. Pero walang guideline na yung masisibing natin out of the restructuring, re-engineering is ibibigay rin sa ARM para magamit sa mga more important programs and projects. So nagkaroon ng pagdududa ang ARM that time na kung mag-restructure tayo based on the 7160 and our MMA 25, wala man din tayo pakinabang doon sa sibing kasi sibing ng national government. Ang mag-approve ng ating structure is still the Department of Budget and Management. So, since the regional structure during the ARM time cover the region, meaning the regional structure down to the municipalities, masyadong mataas yung personal services natin. No? At in fact, consistently, 70% of our total fund is used for personal services while only 30% for capital outlay and MOE. So para bang binigyan ka ng 100 pesos, gagastusin mo yung 70 sa sweldo ng tatrabaho, yung 30 pesos ang gagastusin doon sa serbisyo. Ganun yung nangyari sa ARM. No? So because of its inability to provide these critical services, it was branded as field experiment during the time of Pinoy administration. Now that we have this BARM, and certainly nakita ito ng ating mga leaders na isa ito sa failure ng ARM noon, no? At na-improve natin under the RE 11054. But still, yung devolution mandate is reiterated under 11054. Ang sinabi sa batas is the power of the BARM to regulate the affairs of our constituent LGUs is guaranteed under this law, provided na yung ating local government unit, local government code, will not diminish the power and privileges already granted to the local government unit under the RA 7160. So nung nag-enact tayo ng ating BARM administrative code, na-retain natin yung DCME structure again for one reason. Ang sinasabi sa 11054 is the personnel of health, education at saka social welfare will be absorbed by the regional government. So nung diniliver ito ng BTA, Bangsamoro Transition Authority, gustuhin man nila na i-reorganize, i-re-engineer yung bagong structure, wala silang magawa dahil doon sa automatic absorption ng field personnel ng tatlong agencies that provide frontline services. Now, here come the Mandanas case. Resolved with finality by the Supreme Court where substantial amount will be given to our constituent local government unit starting fiscal year 2022. No? So the impact of policy issues, una, yung serbisyo natin sa Marawi and Basilan is different from our services in the rest of our local government unit. Di ba? Because Marawi City and Basilan is paying their respective field personnel. For the rest of the LGUs, their investment on the delivery of basic services is mahirap i-ascertain. Kasi wala silang tao. For instance, magbili ang isang mayor ng medical facilities, medicine. Paano nila ibibigay doon sa kanilang mga tao na wala silang doktor? Kasi yung doktor assigned in that municipality is directly controlled and supervised by the regional office. Then, the BARM heavy investment in maintaining local offices will surely affect our ability na mag-invest dun sa more complex services. So ano ito? Halimbawa, yung maintenance ng training hospital, that is way beyond the salary grade ng ating local government unit. So kung hindi makaya ng local government unit, posible na makakaya is the regional government. And under the current setup, there is no way we can do that because we invest so much in the maintenance of the field personnel, which is supposed to be already devolved to our constituent local government unit. Without clear policy guideline, the increase as brought by the Mandanas case, the increase of ERA may not be effectively used, no? Kung hindi natin sasabihan ng ating constituent local government unit where they will utilize these resources, baka iba-iba ang gagamitan nila, no? Iba sa Lanao, iba sa Maguindanao, iba sa Basilan, iba sa Suluan, Tawi-Tawi. So we do not have standard services which is supposed to be yun yung part of our regulatory function. So, ibig sabihin, the services level, standard of services offered in the municipality of Mapon should be the same with the services offered in the Sultan Kudarat or in other local government unit. The ARM Human Development Index continues to decline, such as the poverty, health, education, and social welfare. There is a confusion on accountability between the region and its constituent local government unit. For instance, we do not know who is accountable for what. Under the local government code, one of the basic services that is mandated to be provided by the local government unit is yung immunization program, halimbawa for 0 to 5 years old na mga bata. So dapat lahat ng ipinapanganak na 0 to 5 years old may access doon sa immunization program. Ngayon, in a certain municipality, pag wala, halimbawa 30% lang doon sa pinapanganak is nakaka-access, kaninong accountability? Is it the region or the concerned local government unit? We need to define, to clearly establish or delineate what specific services that is for our constituent local government and what is for our regional ministries. So let's look at the state of development, no? During ARM time. There is a very abnormal trend in every human development index. For instance, poverty incidence in 2012 is 48.7%. In 2015, 53%. In 2018, 53.6%. So this time, 2015 to 2018, medyo heavy yung investment ng national government sa mga services, lalo-lalo na yung purpose program natin. So bakit, based on this data, yung mga programa ng national government against poverty is hindi nagbibigay ng tamang resulta in ERMM. On GDP, growth, domestic product, meaning the cost of goods and services produced in the region, tingnan din natin ang naging data. For 2012, 1.2 ang growth rate natin dito sa ARM, while 6.8 sa national government. In 2013, 3.8 sa atin, 7.1 sa national government. Sa 2015, nag-register tayo ng negative growth rate of negative 0.4, no, to be exact. So medyo abnormal yung takbo ng yung ability of the region to produce goods and services. On the access to health services, of the 118 cities and municipalities noong ARM time, 108 ang mayroong municipal health center or rural health unit with a ratio of 1:35,000, mataas compare sa national standard which is 1:50,000. But still, there are around 10 LGUs na walang RHU. For municipal doctors, mayroon tayong 69 doktor with a ratio of 1:54,000, mas mataas, mas mababa compare doon sa national standard which is one doctor in each of the in every 50,000 population. For nurse, mayroon tayong 98 at ang national standard is 1:20,000, nag-register tayo dito ng 1:38,000. But going deeper doon sa ating mga local government unit, mayroon tayo dito for doctor 1:100,000 population. So you could just imagine na isang doktor, siserbisyuhan niya ang 100,000 population. On what state of health development ang mangyayari sa local government unit na yan. On access to education services, in 2013, ang simple literacy rate natin, meaning yung ability to read and write is nasa 86% compare sa national na 96%. But if you look at the ratio of school to pupil to teacher, and other indicators na ginagamit ng Department of Education, medyo matataas. Actually, within the standard yung mga rating natin. So balikan natin kung ano yung specific services na devolved sa local government unit. Ang sinasabi sa local government code is the basic services. We have at least 4 classification ng services. Mayroon tayong basic, secondary, tertiary, quaternary services. So what is devolved to our local government unit is the basic. And if you look at the provision of RE 11054, sweeping yung statement doon, na for health services, from primary to quaternary services, we are accountable for it. Diba? The same is true with social welfare, agriculture, environment, infrastructure. What is devolved to the local government unit is the basic services, and ideally, the national or the regional government should be more focused on the more complex services that is beyond the capacity ng ating local government. For agriculture, the specific services devolved to them are crop production services. So pag bumaba yung mais production sa isang municipality, palay, ibig sabihin ang may problema is the local government unit. Livestock and animal dispersal services. Pag
lumiit yung population ng Kalabaw sa isang municipality, under the local government code, it should be the accountability ng local government unit. But, of course, it does not prevent us. Halimbawa, tulungan natin ang isang local government unit na dahil lumiit na yung population ng Kalabaw nila, pwede sila tulungan ng bigyan ng Kalabaw, but still, very critical yung emphasis kung sino ang accountable sa what particular services. Organizational development, such as the cooperative development, this is the responsibility ng ating local government unit. For social services, family and child welfare services, youth and women welfare services, PWD and elderly, disaster operation. For complex services such as maintenance of rehabilitation center, this is a complex services that cannot be provided by the local government unit, and I think we can focus our resources on this particular mandate. On health services, primary health care services, maternal and child health services, ancillary services. So ancillary, halimbawa, yung dental hospital, dental clinic. How many of our municipalities are may dental clinic, whether operated by our regional government or by the local government unit? Now, yan yung complexity of devolution issue experienced during ARMM at nadagdagan na naman ngayon ng Mandanas. So ano itong Mandanas ruling? Mandanas and Garcia question the formula in the computation of ERA. The question is about the manner by which the national government computed the ERA share of LGU and demanded that the ERA be computed based on all national taxes as provided under the Constitution. Demand for the payment of additional unpaid ERA of around 500 billion from 1992 to 2012 due to the defective formula used in the computation of ERA. So ano yung legal basis ng kaso na ito? Under Section 6, Article 10 of the 1987 Constitution, ang sinabi doon is yung share ng LGU will be derived from the national tax. Ang sinabi sa 7160, yung ERA will be 40% of the internal collection ng BIR. Pero dinefine under the National Internal Revenue Code kung ano yung national tax. Ang sinabi nila is the national tax include those imposed by the national government including custom duties and other taxes collected by Bureau of Custom and all other collecting agencies, such as BIR. So ito yung naging strong na justification na mali nga yung provision ng ating local government code na ang basis ng ERA is yung BIR lang. This time, nag-rule ang Supreme Court with finality that the Section 284 of RA 7160 contravened the express intent of the Constitution, meaning the basis of the 40% share of the local government unit will be all national taxes such as the BIR collection and the custom collection. The rule also dismissed the claim of LGU for payback on the ground that this decision shall have prospective application. Therefore, the final base in the computation of the 40% share of the local government unit doon sa national collection is BIR at saka custom collection. So ano ang impact ng ruling na ito? On the positive side, lumaki yung ERA ng local government unit by, on the average, 27.61% starting 2022. Ang negative impact nito is lumiit yung resources available sa national government for disposal. As to its impact to the BARM, malalaman natin yan, pag-usapan yan sa IGRB at malalaman by 2023. At pangalawang, hindi nakikitang impact sa atin, no, specific sa BARM, is dahil doon sa ability ng national government to finance yung critical program for local government unit, baka hindi ma-implement yung provision ng 11054 as yung assistance nila para doon sa construction ng ating mga local roads, no? So tingnan natin yung pagbabago ng IRA ng ating local government unit from 2021 to 2022. For provinces, in 2021, total is 9.7 billion. Ngayon, naging 13 billion. For cities, 2.4, ngayon 3.4. For municipalities, 116 municipalities, 16 billion, naging 23. For barangays, 6 billion, naging 9.5 billion. With a total of from 35.9 billion, magiging 49.56 billion. On the average, ang provincial IRA natin will be 2.6 billion. Average, no? With a 20% development fund, meaning itong 20% development fund actually is an investment, capital investment, meaning every year, the concerned local government unit should be 20% richer than the previous year. No? Capital outlay ito ang gagastusan nito. So mayroon tayong available average sa ating mga provinces na 500 million. For cities, they have average IRA of 1.4, may available for development fund na 200 billion. For municipalities, 200 million with available capital investment of 40 billion. For our barangays, on the average, 3.6 million, mayroon silang available development fund na 700,000. Now, tingnan natin yung per capita against IRA and block grant, no? Of course, itong block grant is i-estimate lang namin, but parang mali yung formula namin kasi nasama namin yung other na hindi block grant. Ang binigay sa akin na conservative estimate for 2022 is nasa 66 billion, no? Nonetheless, kung tingnan natin ang IRA, around 49 billion, kung hati-hatiin natin sa total population ng ARM, that is, every Bangsamoro, mayroong 10,500 share from the resources within the control ng ating local government unit. For BARM, around 15,000 na nasa control ng ating regional government. Total is nasa 26,000 in every Bangsamoro na available resources na nasa pangangalaga ng regional government at its constituent local government unit. Then, kung tingnan natin ang magiging impact ng Mandanas ruling sa BARM, ang mga national economic manager, ang titingnan nila is the whole amount, the IRA and the block grant, before they decide kung magkano ang ibibigay nila sa atin dun sa resources sa national government. Ito yung titingnan nila. Kung itong 26,000 na ito is almost the same with the per capita in the national capital region, in region 12, so on and so forth, pari-pariho rin ang ibibigay na resources ng national government. Because ito yung main basis na ginagamit ng mga economic manager nila kung saan mas hibi yung investment ng national resources. So as an implication, mayroong more resources na available sa ating local government unit to deliver the devolved services to them. Fewer resources for national PPAs, meaning we have to decide, say for instance, a school building program will no longer be financed by the national government para masib nila yung 320 billion na idadagdag nila sa IRA, i-cancel nila yung mga national program na ito. Now, the ball is in our hand, whether to be continued by the region or we will devolve to our local government unit. One of which is school building program. Cancel na sa national dahil wala na silang pondo. Sino ang magpifinance ngayon sa atin? The low cost of control of resources ng BARM is 60 to 40 in favor of the regional government. And there will be a greater demand for capacity and supervision para masigurado natin yung effective delivery of basic services in each of the local government unit. So let us look at the national programs to be affected para masib ng national yung required na 323 billion na ibibigay sa IRA, no? Idadagdag sa IRA. So maraming mga programa dito na kasama ina-implement sa BERMM, I mean. So what are the needed action after all this development? The policy issue and this Mandanas ruling. One is there should be a clear delineation of the national government, BARM government, and LGU's role. We need to prepare devolution transition plan. So habang nagta-transition tayo dito sa regional government, we also need our constituent local government unit to undergo extensive transition process. Meaning, at the very least, we need to reorganize your structure. Capacity building for LGU. Dahil nag-expand yung ating function, dapat makapacitate tayo because we cannot assure yung effectiveness and efficiency in the delivery of that devolved services without prior capacity ng ating local government unit. Technical assistance to the ministries para sa pagsiseft ng role natin from rowing to steering specifically on the delivery of basic services. Kung noon na tayo ang nasa driver seat, because of the Mandanas, at least at the national level, dapat steering lang tayo, encouraging the local government unit, providing or setting a standard of delivery of services para masigurado natin na in every barangay, in every municipality, these same services are offered to the respective constituent. We need to strengthen planning and budgeting linkage, and this is one of the reasons why we hold this activity. Then we need to formulate a guideline to protect kung mayroon bang mga affected personnel. No? Then we need to delineate the mandate given by the local government code and also the mandate given by the RE 11054. We need also to inventory which of those programs and projects will be directly devolved to the local government unit and which of this program will be retained by the regional government. We need to set delivery standard to be formulated by sector, no? Then we need to capacitate our local government unit for the formulation of organizational plan. Now to conclude, let me end my presentation with this question. Human pains and pleasure are derived from two sources, produced either by our fellow men or by causes independent of other men. If the concern of government is to reduce the pain or increase the pleasure caused by the former, how can we strengthen our coordination, complementation, and collaboration to serve our people more than they deserve? Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. Maraming salamat po. MILG Director General Khalid Dumagay. At this point, we will be witnessing the presentation of Provincial Development Framework and Consolidated Priority Programs, Projects, and Activities of our local government units. To start with the presentation, may I call on Lanao del Sur Provincial Governor, Honorable Mamintal Adyong Jr.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, Salvador Panelo, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, our Chief Minister, Ahud B. Ibrahim, PTA Parliament, Speaker Attorney Alian Balindong, Deputy Chief Minister Ali Sulaiman, members of the Parliament, our Grand Mufti Abu Huraira Udasan, Minister Najib Sinarimbo, Senior Minister Abdul Rauf, Makakuha, Director General, Muhajirin Ialio BPDA, Ministers, Development Partners, fellow provincial governors, LMP Provincial Chapter Presidents, municipal mayors, fellow public servants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'd like to thank the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao for this opportunity to present our initiative to address some of the pressing as well as the structural challenges in Lanao del Sur. Hidden behind these challenges are the fact development opportunities in the province. Our task as civil servants is to clear the path of our constituents and initiate durable reforms and solutions so that each of the 1.2 million residents of Lanao del Sur, according to the latest census, and their future children can unlock their full potential. Our shared desire is that Lanao del Sur will emerge as the primary agriculture-based halal manufacturing and tourism hub in the BARM and potentially in the country. The province will permanently be erased from the top poorest. We are aware that this will take more than a year and possibly a decade or two of sustained dedication, out-of-the-box solution and resources. We dare to dream because if we do not start now, then when? Our leadership is proud to say that in the entire history of the province and possibly in the autonomous region, we are the first to have drafted a 20-year strategic plan forged by the desire of our constituents to leap forward towards the brightest of the future, which we call the Lanao del Sur Vision 2040. We are also comforted to know that BARM is here with us to help us in our journey. The first Bangsamoro development plan of the autonomous region reflects the elements of Vision 2040. Vision 2040 is our legacy and mantra that we want to resonate in our initiatives and action from now on. After all, it is a product of a series of thorough and broad-based consultation involving various stakeholders across Lanao del Sur. It took us almost 3 years to chart collectively our 20-year future, and we encourage everyone, including BARM, to have the Vision 2040 as our development compass in Lanao del Sur. The 2021 Bangsamoro Governance Pre-Summit activity organized by the BTM Minister last week for Lanao del Sur had allowed us to know more about directions of BARM for the next fiscal year. It also gave us the venue to validate the needs and proposals of our municipalities. I am relieved to know that the proposals submitted by our municipalities have not departed from those identified in Vision 2040. Kasama sa Vision 2040 ang mga programa at proyekto na natukoy ng mga lokal na ehekutibo ng buong probinsya ng Lanao del Sur sa fiscal year 2022. We submit to this body the list of proposed programs, projects, and activities, PPAs. Some of them are subsumed under our future Game Changer initiative, which are implementable starting the next fiscal year. These initiatives are strategic in the sense that they can pull and jumpstart various industries, from farm production to logistics, all the way to trade and consumption. They are massive job creators. They can foster high value creation, and they generate wealth and massive opportunities for everybody. In the words of our economists, these game changer initiatives, along with our other PPAs, have significant forward and backward linkages. Ang mga game changer initiative natin ay magdudulot ng kaunlaran sa Lanao del Sur. We want to be the impetus of change. Kailangan natin magkaisa at magsipag para makamit natin ang ating Vision 2040. Kailangan din natin ng tulong ng BARM at ng national government para malagay ang Lanao del Sur na tanyag, mapayapa at progresibong lugar sa mapa ng buong daigdig. The vision of the 2040 is a well-encompassing plan called the Provincial Development and Physical Framework Plan, or PDP-FP. While the plan was drafted in accordance with the NEDA guidelines on the provincial local planning and expenditure management, the Lanao del Sur PDP-FP builds on the best practices for areas with a specific cultural and peace and security related requirements relevant to the Bangsamoro, as well as enhancement for the environmental protection and climate change adaptation and disaster risk and reduction mitigation. The PDP-FP contains our long-term aspiration and strategic direction, Book 1, our profile, Book 2, and our proposed priority plans, programs, and activities in Book 3. What do we need to address? For the benefit of everyone, the province faces some of the most pressing issues and challenges of the 21st century. Rapid population growth by 2.18% annually. Number two congested settlements. The urban population of 530,000 people are packed in just 12% of the total land area in Lanao del Sur. 3, to expose a natural hazard and risk. Number 4, rapid and vast encroachment in the environment, for example, illegal logging. 5, most undeveloped logistics and transportation system. Growth centers, Marawi, Malabang, and Wao, are not economically integrated with one another. Unbalanced economy, our local economy, relies on the trade but has little production. Number 8, there are still areas in LDS that are not energized. 9, high poverty incidence. And number 10, low social outcomes. LDS has high concentration of schools, yet 1 in every 10 school-age population does not have any formal schooling. Public hospitals are stretched out. About 3 in every 10 households rely on dug wells, unprotected springs, rivers, and lakes as sources of drinking water. About 6 in 10 housing units have outer walls made of either wood, bamboo. From the most pressing challenges that we face right now, we arrive with the crafting of our Vision 2040 for Lanao del Sur. The PDP-FP takes into account existing conditions, ambitions, and needs of the province with the goal of putting in place economic, social, environment, infrastructure, and governance-related investment that will support and enable the aspiration of Lanao del Sur to be met, while factoring in culture and security-related realities. Hangad nating umunlad ang Lanao del Sur, kaya gumawa tayo ng special framework para mailatag ang ating mga development aspirations sa mga physical at environmental requirements ng probinsya. This special framework is meant to enable strategic choices in relation to economic, service delivery, governance, and infrastructure development in Lanao del Sur. Bumuo tayo ng 4 na clusters or corridors sa Lanao del Sur. Ang mga clusters na ito ay parang mga organismo na mabubuhay ayon sa kanyang gagampanang tungkulin, mapa-ekonomiya, sosyal, o pisikal. At lalo itong uusbong kapag ang bawat cluster ay nakikipag-ugnayan sa isa't isa para makamit ang inaangad ng Lanao del Sur bilang tanyag at mapayapang at progresibong probinsya. Ang mga cluster na ito ay binubuo ng One is Metropolitan Marawi Cluster na siyang magiging sentro ng komersya, kalakalan at edukasyon sa buong probinsya. Ang Agro-Industrial Cluster ang siyang magpapalago ng ating agrikultura, industriya at agriculture-based manufacturing and logistics. Ang cluster na ito ay magsisilbing strategic inter-province gateway dahil sa ating strategic coast at ang long-haul and land-based transit hub ng ating mga produkto. Ang Basak Rice Granary Zone ang magiging traditional ground ng rice production areas and wetlands ng probinsya. Ang ika-4, ang Commercial Crops Production Corridor kung saan ang kasama ang Amay Manabilang, Wao Kapay, Taguluan 2 na magpapalago ng ating mga production areas ng ating mga pangunahing produkto. Magsisilbi rin itong trade links ng Lanao del Sur sa karatig probinsya ng Bukidnon, Lanao del Norte, as Misamis Oriental. The 2017 Marawi crisis and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic exposed the vulnerabilities of local health and economic system, while much of our analysis cited in the PDP-FP was done prior to the declaration of national community quarantine or lockdown regime in March 2020. The adjustment required to address the effect of the pandemic and the resulting recession must be factored in across all sectors. While the pandemic also affected the trajectory of the sustainable development goals, efforts are made to link this plan to this global commitment of the state. The PDP-FP takes into account existing conditions, ambitions, and needs of the province with the goal of putting in place economic, social, environmental, infrastructure, and governance-related investment that will support and enable the aspiration of Lanao del Sur to be met, while factoring in cultural and security-related realities. From the vision, we translate it into practical development strategies that can be attained, inshallah, by 2040 with the full support and sincere commitment of the BARM and other stakeholders. And from the environment, for the environment sector, our goal is that the people of Lanao del Sur will be responsible steward to its environment through creating and implementing fact-based environmental policies and protecting its protected areas grounded on Islamic principles and values. Sa pamamagitan ng pamamahala ng Lake Lanao, Agus River Basin at ang mga watershed, pagbabantay at striktong regulasyon ng mga aktibidad sa ating kalikasan tulad ng pagmimina at pangangahoy, pagsulong ng alternatibong kabuhayan, solid waste management at DRRM. Ilan lamang ito sa mga estratehiya na natin para sigurado ang equitable distribution of health and opportunities sa mga mamamayan ng probinsya at mga susunod na henerasyon. The game changer initiatives from the environment sectors are the following: massive reforestation program, rehabilitation of endemic species, integrated solid waste management program, and renewable energy program. For economic sector, the PDFP provides strategic guidance on the long-term policy direction to inform public, private, and community investment and push Lanao del Sur towards a modern and forward-looking market economy by 2040 that is rooted in its core capabilities in agriculture, trade, and eco-cultural tourism. These are the strategies for our economic development. Number one is encourage deeper specialization in sustainable, modern agriculture and eco-cultural tourism. Leverage value creation and local advantages. Create supportive business environment. Adopt an investment in sustainable agricultural and rural development policy through adoption and investment in a comprehensive logistics policy, robust and coherent industrial policy, and sustainable tourism policy. These are the major programs that our local economy that will have a great impact also in the economy of the BARM region. Number one, modern agriculture program, SME-led industrialization program, economical and cultural tourism program, livelihood and employment promotion program, and for the social sector, by 2040, the province is known as a local government unit that promotes the rights of every constituent, enabling them to realize their worth, dignity, and potential. The province will build a community where citizens appreciate the importance of upholding the common good, establishing a rapport between and among families, and encouraging community participation and empowerment. The province gives importance to provide basic education for the children. We give more emphasis on responsive service delivery, equitable financing, regulation, people-centered governance, accountability, and transparency. Ang equitable financing program on housing, health care, education, and social welfare, at ang enhanced and responsive service delivery program ay ilan lamang sa ating proposed game changer PPAs sa Lanao del Sur. And for the infrastructure development by 2040, the provincial government of Lanao del Sur aims to provide resilient, sustainable, adequate, and modern and reliable infrastructure that shall enhance quality of life and natural environment and economic activity of the community. Ang pagpapaganda ng ating connectivity, mapalupa, mapadigital, mapatubig, at mapaenerhiya at kuryente. Pagpapahalaga ng kalikasan at ang DRR at CCA ay ilan lamang sa mga estratehiya na gagawin ng Lanao del Sur. Our main programs in infrastructure are: one is integrated water system, low carbon intermodal public transportation system, renewable energy program, disaster resilience infrastructure program, and enhancement of communication facilities. For governance, by 2040, the province and its municipalities will demonstrate financial and sustainability, quality public service, and zero corruption bureaucracy. These are essential to ensure the integrity of the public sector. These are the strategies. One, to meet the barometers of good governance set by the national government via the SGLG indicators and the BARM. Strengthen the sustained private sector's participation in local governance and economic development. Improve participation of community in local governance. Improve public service delivery to 100% of Lanao del Sur residents, as well as satisfaction of constituents. And 5, reduce higher dependency of LGUs and intensify revenue generation activities and improve finance management. Strengthen the performance-based governance. Number 7, strengthen the intergovernmental relation. Our major programs are automation of government administrative processes. Number 2, convergence approach to service delivery. Metropolitan Marawi Convergence Alliance. And number 4, enhanced public-private partnership. Ang kultura ay ang buhay, muka at kaluluwa ng lokal na ekonomiya. Inaasam natin ang Lanao del Sur ay maging isa sa mga pangunahing lugar sa buong BARM at sa Pilipinas kung saan ang negosyo, agrikultura, turismo, pampubliko, pribadong espasyo at mga infrastruktura ay may tatak ng tradisyon at kultura. Our strategies are the following. Harness the traditional Maranao culture to catalyze business investment, tourism, and economic growth. Number 2, elevate and creative sector through community engagement and collaboration. And number 3, to imbibe and celebrate the indigenous culture and arts to the current and future generation. Our main programs are, number 1, network of cultural districts across LDS and led by a cultural urban landscape in metropolitan Marawi. Number 2 is Darangan Path. Number 3, Okirantano Initiative. Number 4, network of cultural district across LDS and led by a cultural urban landscape in metropolitan Marawi. Number 5, Maranao Culture Preneurship and Maranao Orthography. For peace and development by 2014, communities in Lanao del Sur will enjoy peace and harmony as citizens engage more fully in community development, recognizing the effort made by the provincial government towards inclusion and reaching out to the most vulnerable. These are the strategies. 1, reconstruction of Marawi, strengthening of anti-illegal drug abuse campaign, strengthening of peace promotion programs. Number 4, institutionalizing of the provincial command center, crisis management and disaster risk reduction management, enhanced community resilience program, and number 7, sustained support to the normalization program. Game changer initiatives. Number 1, peace and order and public safety command center. And number 2, support to the peace process. We hope that by having a clear blueprint of our goal towards sustainable peace and development, we are making a great contribution to the entire Bangsamoro by strengthening moral governance. The very foundation of this transition authority that is clearly constrained now and for which the provincial government of Lanao del Sur calls for extension so that all these plans will be realized and all our good work to be sustained. Inaanyayaan po namin lahat na sumama sa aming paglalakbay sa Lanao del Sur upang makamit natin ang ating hinahangad. Mabuhay po ang Vision 2040, mabuhay po ang Bangsamoro, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Honorable Mamintal Alonto Adjong Jr., the Provincial Governor of Lanao del Sur. For the next presenter, may I call on Honorable Jim Saliman Hataman, the Provincial Governor of Basilan, to present their initiatives on their provinces.
Thank you, ma'am. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My courtesy to the Chief Minister Ahod Balawag Ibrahim Al-Haj, Secretary Panelo, Senator Mig Subiri, Speaker Balindong, the Senior Minister Abdurrao Makakwa, Ministers of the different ministries of BARM, BTA members, fellow governors, city and municipal mayors, visitors, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wal barakatuh. My presentation actually is a result of a consultation that was called by the MILG of all the mayors of Basilan and some development officers. And the result was very comprehensive, and I hope that you will bear with us. The vision of the Basilan Development Program: a peaceful and progressive Basilan with improved quality of life and preserved culture rich in diversity, a center for commercial crops with developed and sustained marine industry in sound and safe environment and habitation under transparent, responsible, and accountable governance. The mission: to create an enabling environment for different sectors to participate in an efficient and competitive economy in Basilan that would provide socio-economic benefits to the people and work with multi-stakeholders towards building a culture of preparedness from the grassroots, encouraging participation in the atmosphere of peace and stability. Facts about Basilan: we have on 2020 census, we have a population of 556,586 with income of third-class province with 2 cities and 11 municipalities, but of course Isabela City is not part of BARM, and we have 210 barangays and 45 Isabela City. The major thrust of the Basilan province is peace and order and public safety, social development, agricultural development, environmental management and development, fishery development, infrastructure development, tourism and cultural development, and good governance. On major infrastructure development, we have identified projects that can contribute a lot. We know for a fact that Basilan had been struggling for so many years with the situation that really gave what had been the underdevelopment for so many years in Basilan, but with the intervention of ARM before and the provincial government and the intervention of BARM now, relatively we had come into something, and we deem it necessary to identify projects, infrastructures that are macro in nature. So major issues, the infrastructure development, major issues is unstable power supply, implementation of road setbacks, increase in vehicular traffic, poor access to potable water, particularly in the island municipalities, lack of infrastructure to boost economic development, inter-island connectivity, preservation of watershed. Major programs, household solar energization, especially in two island municipalities, the Tabuan Lasa and Haji Mutamad. Demand for Basilan circumferential road widening. Implementation of road setbacks and the completion of the Basilan Government Center that is being occupied both by a BARM and so with the local government, the provincial government of Basilan. On infrastructure development, what needs to be done? Renewable energy, power supply, completion of construction of Basilan Trans-Central Road, concreting of provincial, city, and municipal roads and bridges, concreting of farm-to-market roads, construction of footbridges, construction of water drainage facilities, construction of solar-powered water system, procurement of water desalination machines, especially on island municipalities, particularly Tabuan Lasa and Haji Mutamad, construction of public markets on the municipal level and barangay levels to reinforce the economic activity of the locals, construction of water treatment facility, which is the bulk water that we envision for the whole province of Basilan. On infrastructure development again, the Basilan Trans-Central Road, we are proposing to the BARM government to convert it into the Basilan Trans-Central Road to BARM Regional Highway. And also there are some part that is not being funded yet, but I think substantially we are already in the situation that is going to be concluded in some other parts. And we also have infrastructures that connect the island provinces, and I think this will contribute to the identity of the island provinces as part of BARM with its connectivity. The proposed regional nautical highway connecting Lamitan, Malusu Municipality, Sulu, which is the Holo, and the Tawi-Tawi, which is Bungaw. And one infrastructure development or major infra development is the proposed Lamitan City International Port, which I think had been supported by the BARM government. A port expansion is also needed to realize the vision to make it functional as international port. On infra development again, the proposed Lamitan City Airport, which I just had a very brief conversation with the DICT minister, that it is already in the offing and in principle it was approved by the national government. The proposed Lamitan City Agro-Industrial Economic Zone, which I think we are in need, especially so that in some areas we already have concluded substantially the qualitative development on the part of the economic intervention that have been initiated by the city, the local government, and so with the province, with the reinforcement of the BARM government. One proposal that we are envisioning, particularly in the area of Lamitan City, is the proposed Lamitan City Shipyard, which I think this is very significant, especially so that the island provinces is basically are in need of this kind of facilities. On economic development, we know for a fact that rubber industry is thriving in Basilan, and I think it's a fact that we have to accept that the only province in Basilan that do have rubber is the only province in BARM that we have rubber is in Basilan. So we started with the poor quality. We were trying to address this for in tactical intervention, the poor quality of rubber production, the high cost of inputs, establish identity of Basilan rubber as rubber capital of BARM, absence of value adding in rubber, lack of processing plant, marketing strategy, and networking. And I just would like to make some clarification that the provincial government had invested, particularly on processing. We already have invested 100 million for 2 processing plant for the rubber industry. The major programs is Clean Rubber Program and the Rubber Processing Plant. As what I have said, we already have invested 2 rubber processing plant that come from our 20% development fund. The rubber industry, what needs to be done, we need to propose a proposal that had been submitted already to BARM, a rubber processing plant that is going to be put up in different municipalities that can catch up with the strategic areas. Reinforcement, assistance, support program from BARM government, as just what I have said, it's only in Basilan among the provinces that we have rubber in BARM. Also, the economic development is the coconut industry. Matagal-tagal po na 2012, tinamaan kami ng Cocolisap. In 2016, when we started campaigning, and alhamdulillah, 2017, natapos po namin, or early 2018, natapos namin yung problema ng Cocolisap. So major issues, yung recovery program, meron kaming program dito, yung dahil sa effect, maraming naputol, so nagre-recover kami ngayon. And agro-industrial development of coconut. Ang alam natin kasi, ang tagal na ng coconut industry sa Basilan, ang problema, yung disconnect, yung relationship ng mga coconut farmers sa initiative ng government. So ngayon, gusto naming i-package as a whole kung paano sustainably tinitingnan na hindi lamang sa pagtanim kundi hanggang sa agro-industry or yung industrial stage ng intervention. So major programs, establishment of coconut nurseries, rehabilitation of coconut farms, meron kaming program ngayon ng provincial government, Binhin Mo, Bilhin Ko, Itanim Mo, which I hope the BARM government could reinforce these particular projects para sa recovery program. Establishment of Coco Hub Research and Development Program. What needs to be done, yung 5-year Basilan Coconut Industry Development Program namin ay kasama yung Coco Hub. Sa ngayon, meron na kami initial investment ng VCO kasi mayroon pang natira na mga coconut trees na substantially pwedeng mapatayuan ng VCO. So meron kaming facilities na tinatayo ngayon, yung virgin coconut oil. And second, kung titingnan nyo, yung demand sa biodiesel o yung diesel fuel, yung component niya, may nag-advocates ngayon na palakihin yung component ng biodiesel sa oil natin. At tingin ko, timely rin ito na kailangan natin i-strengthen yung coconut industry purposely para at least maka-benefits yung BARM, particularly yung Basilan, doon sa program ng national government sa recovery ng coconut industry. And also yung other byproducts, establish networks for sustainable development and marketing. Also, in economic development on agriculture, particularly food security program. Ang Basilan po, at alam ko sa ilang island provinces, for quite a time naging dependent kami sa pagkain sa outside Basilan. Isang major issues dito, insufficient and a sustainable food supply, lack of economic and industrial infrastructure, support facilities, traditional method of farming. Major programs, nag-pilot na kami ngayon ng greenhouses sa dalawang municipality, isang sa Isabela at saka sa isang municipality. Yung irrigation din namin, vegetable production, isa sa kasi na nakita namin for so long, disconnect yung tao sa lupa. So nung itong pandemic, aggressively kinampaign namin kung paano talaga i-campaign yung food security. Nagkaroon kami ng vegetable production, cassava production, corn production, banana production, including pineapple, livestock raising, and in fact, kino-conceptualize na namin ngayon yung halal meat processing, provision of pre- and post-harvest facilities, gulayan sa barangay, schools and camps, intercropping, mechanization method of farming. What needs to be done? Ang isang problema is ang laki ng lupa, particularly sa Bangsamoro area or particularly sa Basilan. Ang problema natin dito, ang tagal-tagal na nito na nag-exist, hindi siya nagagamit. So sa ngayon, pinag-aaralan namin at paano i-integrate yung mamamayan, lalong-lalo na yung mga farmers natin. Pupunta siya, ang farming nila is pagkain dahil traditionally na use or na-culturize yung mga taga-Basilan sa mga high-value crops. So isa sa kinukuha namin is yung procurement ng agricultural, pre- and post-harvest facilities and farm implements, such as harvester, farm tractors, solar dryer, marketing assistance for on-farm and non-farm products, construction of central market, which is yung Bagsakan Center, livelihood program for the farmers affected by Cocolisap, fisher folks out of the school youth and women's sector, establishment of halal industry, construction, and establishment of agricultural training and research center, value adding and packaging. Again, on economic development, particularly on fisheries and aquatic resources. Major issues, illegal fishing, encroachment of porciner, absence of fishery and aquatic resources programs and institution, lack of support services, post-harvest facilities, value-adding program, research and skills and technology, and product development, lack of investors. Ang isa sa pag-assume ko na governor, isa sa naging problema namin is yung encroachment ng porciner sa island provinces, particularly sa Basilan. Well, sa amin ngayon, fortunately, dahil at that time, nung nilaunch namin yung sabay-sabay, yung anti-extremism campaign, yung anti-Cocolisap, sinabay namin yung anti-porciner campaign. Luckily and fortunately, alhamdulillah, yung mga porciners na nanggaling sa Manila, sa Zamboanga, hindi na nakakapasok sa municipal water ng Basilan. Dahil inown na ito, nagtulong-tulong yung local government, umabot na kami hanggang local, pati mga tao ay nag-react na. So kinakailangan na rin yung mga major programs dito. So isa is yung protection and preservation of fish sanctuaries, intensify policy on illegal fishing, institutionalization of fishery and aquatic resources office, establishment of marine protected areas, construction of cold storage and facilities. Dito, particularly, nag-start na rin kami nagtayo sa Maluso isa ng cold storage size plant at may proposal din kami sa BARB na kung saan ilalagay natin sa mga strategic areas para maka-reinforce doon sa mga fishermen natin. Construction of fishing ports, may mga existence kailangan lang i-reinforce. Sa support services, post-harvest, value-adding program, canning industry, and other logistics. Again, on fishery and aquatic resources, what needs to be done? Construction of iceberg plants with cold storage and chiller. Establishment of fishery training and research center, particularly on Maluso, fish culture and farming, province-wide, protection and preservation of fish sanctuaries, policy on fishery program, institutionalization of fishery and aquatic resource office, establishment of marine protected areas, construction, expansion of fishing ports, extensive support services, post-harvest, value-adding program. On economic development, particularly on tourism, major issues, the non-institutionalization of tourism program, lack of tourism, accommodation, and facilities. Major programs, establishment and improvement of tourism-related facilities, construction of weaving center, particularly the Tennun, improvement and maintenance of Luma Iyakan. We actually have initiated, nagtayo kami ng bahay Iyakan purposely para i-promote yung tenon, which is yung weaving na produkto ng yakan. Isa rito yung Basilan, Tenon, Pakaradyaan, be widely known as tourist destination. Isa ito sa isang every year, supposedly every March, celebrate namin na hinto lang ito noong panahon ng pandemic. Promotion and preservation of cultural artifacts, marketing and networking of tourism products, tenon, foods, and delicacies. On economic development, on tourism again, what needs to be done? Institutionalization of tourism program, tourism profiling and data banking, development of tourism support services and machineries, construction of pasalubong centers, construction of tourism-related facilities in all LGUs, advocacy and promotion to encourage private investor, particularly on tourism program. On economic development, again on tourism, di lumaiyakan, we are actually starting conceptualizing it na gagawin namin ito ng School of Living Tradition na kung saan dito namin i-promote at i-impart, i-strengthen further yung weaving center, yung weaving education namin na dito namin ituturo sa lumaiyakan na ito. Tulong ito, isa ito sa parang reward sa amin ng SILG at saka MILG dahil naging SJLG kwan ang Basilan nung last year. Actually, 2 consecutive years na naging recognized as SJLG, recognized ang Basilan. Economic development on tourism, ito yung mga island namin na nakakahiyang ipagmalaki pero hindi namin mapigilan na hindi magmalaki yung mga islands. At sa tourism namin, itong Tenon, on social development, on health, just want to make some clarification. Kagaya ng sinabi kanina, ang health program ng Basilan ay devolved sa province. So, lack of access to health care, low level of social consciousness on sanitation, stunted growth and malnutrition. Major programs, upgrading of Lamitan District Hospitals from 25-bed to 75-bed capacity. Just last week, yung si Minister Latif pumunta sa Basilan para i-turn over sa amin yung 2 building, admin building, at saka yung ISO na binigay rin ni Chief Minister at saka ni Minister Guerra sa Basilan, kaka-turn over lang po na 120 bed capacity. At pag matapos yung COVID, ita-translate na namin into ward ito ng Lamitan District Hospital. Under po ito sa devolve sa provincial government. Strengthening of submissive district hospital. Establishment of additional medical facility in Manluso Municipality. Nag-initial na po kami ng investment na 10 million dito para ipatayo yung building. At alam ko nag-counterpart na nangako si Minister Guerra ng another 10 million para initially ipatayo yung hospital. Dahil ito isa ito sa maraming populated na area at pwedeng pati yung malapit na sulo makatulong doon sa health services niya o yung health maka-benefits sa pagmaitayo natin itong medical facility ng Manluso Municipality. Isa rito yung Paglisin Kauman Program, Zero Defecation. Nakabigay na kami ng more than 4,000 na bowl sa mga households, sa Basilan, kasi sa totoo lang sa mga rural areas, sa mga kapatid natin minsan, alam nyo na. No? So, ngayon, umabot na kami more than 4,000. Libreng bowl, libreng semento, sila na yung gumawa. Ganun yung program namin. Paglisin Kauman ito, paglinis ng community, hanggang yung mga, nag-start kami noon sa National Highway namin, para nang sa ganun makita na malinis yung mga bahay-bahay. Kasi minsan marami talaga na hindi nakaka-appreciate ng health and sanitation. Advocacy on health and sanitation on coastal, silt houses, communities. Alam ko yung problema na ito, hindi lang sa amin, kundi sa island provinces and even here in Cotabato City, maraming state houses na walang CR. So tingin ko, kinakailangan na pag-aralan na rin natin at tingin ko. So kami nag-piloting na po kami. Initially, nag-invest kami ngayong taon para i-pilot yung CR sa state houses. Provisions of medicines and medical supplies, barangay health centers, nutrition program, establishment of blood bank, na walang blood bank sa Basilan. Kumukuha pa kami sa sa Zamboanga, do meron na ngayon ang Red Cross, but again, kinakailangan talaga ng mga hospitals natin doon. Provision of essential health facilities, dialysis, and molecular laboratory. Alam ko approved na inaantay lang natin yung funding. Kinumit na ito ni Chief Minister sa Basilan. Social development on health, what needs to be done? Construction of barangay health stations with equipment, construction of standard public toilets in all strategic areas, proposed enhancement of the service capability of Lamitan District Hospital from 25 to 75 bed capacity. Wala si speaker dito na sana siya yung mag-sponsor ng bill para maging 75 bed capacity yung ating Lamitan District Hospital. Ang building po natin halos marami na, kaso lang yung capability. Kung hindi reinforce ng barn, matatagalan po namin ma-realize yung 75 bed capacity. Strengthening of maternal and child care program from pregnancy to 5 years old. Dahil isa sa problema na kinakaharap ng barn in general and even in the Philippines, yung stunting ng mga bata sa mga areas natin. On social welfare, major issues. One thing of social activities for children who are directly, indirectly affected by armed conflict. Insufficient early child care development programs. Major programs, construction of standard daycare centers, establishment of program for children who are directly and indirectly affected by armed conflict, construction of barangay playgrounds, recreation for cultural institution. Baka pwede po yung mga madrasa natin, lagyan na rin natin ng playground para hindi ganon monotone yung intervention natin sa bata. Gender and development program, youth and out of school youth program, feeding program, senior citizen program. Again, on social development, what needs to be done? Construction of sports complex in Submissive Basilan, literacy program through alternative learning system for unschooled senior citizen, early child care development program, construction of daycare centers with complete facilities, supplemental feeding program. Major issues on education, lack of infrastructure and facilities for educational development. Kaiba pa IQ ito, elementary, high school, and tertiary level, weak education system, shifting of students to the new normal modality of education, major program support to local special bodies in education, provision of educational facilities, and what needs to be done, strengthening of education system, teachers capacity building or development, construction of three-story modern tertiary school building with facilities and equipments, Lamitan City and Maluso Municipality. Establishment of science high school and vocational school. Kailangan po natin ito, particularly sa BARM areas, na maka-reinforce sa economic development natin. Construction of modern students resource research center with facilities and equipments. Extension services on violent extremism, vulnerability of students in higher education, institution in Basilan Province, research, strengthening community-based research on violent extremism, construction of new normal wellness center, construction of school buildings for high school and elementary, construction of staff houses for teachers. Environmental and management development. Major issues, absence of program for coastal resource management, water facilities, absence of water treatment plan, denudation of forest area due to illegal logging, water waste management in hospital, improper solid waste disposal in some LGUs, improper solid waste management open dam site. Major programs, reforestation of mangroves and forest land, seawall protection, protection of watershed area, anti-illegal logging program, nursery for hardwood program. What needs to be done? Coastal resource management, intensifying rehabilitation and protection of forest area, especially the watershed, reforestation, construction of riverbank protection, construction of slope protection, construction of seawall, shore protection. Development administration, good governance. Yung basilan po for purposes of those that are not aware, naka 2 years na po kami consecutive na naging SGLG, yung Basilan Province. Part po ito, hindi initiative ng individual, kundi yung collective initiative ng lahat ng taga-Basilan at tulong din ng region. On good governance, political, major issues, political, economic center in some LGUs, lalong-lalo na yung newly created LGUs. Kailangan po i-strengthen natin ito. In all fairness, yung mga mayors natin, andyan naman, may ira na po yung natin. Kailangan lang po natin i-reinforce yung political economic center, especially yung mga LGUs na bagong created or bagong era na local government units. Congested internet network, communication, lack of government facilities. Major programs, infrastructure and mechanism support to LGUs, enhancement of provincial tax collection, seal of good local governance compliant, advocacy on functional governance, real property tax mapping. Nag-start na po kami ngayon ng campaign on taxation, pero doon sa pag-integrate namin, may mga issues na kinakailangan na tingin ko kahit sa ibang probinsya, which yung ownership ng lupa, kinakailangan natin din tulungan o ma-resolve. Kasi sa amin sa Basilan, may mga tax declaration o title, ang actual na may-ari, mga 10 o 20 na. So ngayon, nag-initiate na kami ng surveying funded ng provincial government. Ang pag-identify is galing local, barangay at municipality, kami yung nagsusurvey. At if kukuha namin to hanggang surveying, so hopefully yung land titling, makatulong na rin yung BARB sa amin para at least yung true ownership ng lupa mapupunta na talaga sa kanila. So in this sense, siguro makatulong sa tax mapping natin at effectively makapag-campaign tayo ng taxation, particularly sa Basilan po. So yung ISO certified sangguniang panlalawigan. What needs to be done? Establishment of political economic center per LGU, transfer of provincial capital to the new Basilan Government Center at Santa Clara, Lamitan City. Kahapon po nag-usap kami ni Minister Makakwa at nangako rin si Minister Nagib na tutulungan kami kasi hanggat hindi ma-own ng provincial government yung area na yon, ang hirap namin mag-transfer papunta ron na maging squatter kami ng area na yon. But then, nag-usap na kami at alam na namin din yung ginagawa. Thank you very much doon sa effort na ginagawa ng BARM government. Upgrading, retooling of skills, development of government, personnel in the different departments of offices and agencies, crafting of provincial, city, and municipal land use plan, SGLG and LOGFA compliance, construction of multipurpose halls, barangay halls, construction of municipal and children's park, construction of standard fire stations and police stations, procurement of fire trucks and ambulances, establishment of training centers. Yan po ang provincial capital ng Basilan na hindi namin ma-occupy na hindi pa naayos yung title. Yung government center na yan, andyan din yung provincial BARM offices na nakalagay sa compound na yan. On peace and order and public safety, Major issues. Very brief, gusto kong i-share sa inyo. Siguro alam nyo ang nangyari sa Basilan. Nag-emanate ang extremism 1991 sa amin. Dahil una na-organize ang Abu Sayyaf sa Basilan. Before ito napunta ng Sulu and other parts. Before na meron extremism dito sa Pilipinas. In 2016, we collectively decided na i-resolve once and for all yung problema na ito. And fortunately, sa tulong ng military, ng local government, ng PNP, at partly MILF at that time, may naitulong sa amin, halos natapos na po namin ang problema na matagal naming pinaghirapan, matagal namin tiniis. Yung bombing, extortion, kidnapping, yung patayan kung saan-saan. Alhamdulillah po ang Basilan, particularly in that malayo na po ang problema na yon. So inakyat na namin yung level ng intervention sa issues on peace and order and public safety. On proliferation of light weapons and firearms. At alam natin, ang RIDO isa sa prominent na naging problema at palagi ko ito sinasabi na wala namang kaibahan ang ibang grupo, kung kanino mang grupo, kung ang effect ng activity ay displacement or magkaroon ng economic dislocation, ang effect ng activity na yon. So isa rito sa problema natin is yung RIDO. Major programs, rehabilitation and integration, program of recovered areas and surrenderies, program anti-violence. Mayroon kaming PAVE. Ito yung intervention namin nung natapos na yung umalis yung si Isnilon sa amin at natapos na namin nag-surrender na 285 or 287 na Abu Sayyaf. In-integrate na namin ito through PAVE program. Pati Ulama Council tumulong sa amin paano sila na ma-integrate at may mga economic development program din ang provincial government, cities and municipal para tulungan yung mga nag-surrender na ito. Program for Children in Armed Conflict, Campaign Against Illegal Drugs, Small and Light Weapons Program or SALW, part ng normalization program ng peace process. What needs to be done? Establishment of multicultural center for children of affected of conflict. Establishment of military training center at Sampinit Complex para ma-preserve yung mga natitirang nating mga hardwood o yung mga forest land natin, yung mga watershed na hindi na illegal log. Expanded program for small arms and light weapons, BARM intervention in amnesty program for detainees. Substantially po, malaki-laki na yung intervention na ginawa namin ng provincial government, ng municipal and cities, ng military and police. Pero hindi po namin makonclude na masabi matapos namin ang problema doon sa surrenderies namin na Abu Sayyaf hanggat walang amnesty program na ito po ang isang hinihingi namin na tulong sa BARM intervention para kausapin yung national government. Kasi kung hindi, baka mamaya babalik na naman sila sa kung saan sila nanggaling dati. Ito yung mga workshops, activities na ginawa namin sa SALW. Sa amin kasi para sa kaalaman ng lahat, pagkatapos nung intense na away sa amin, nakita namin yung effect ng baril. No? Pinag-iisipan na namin ngayon, ginamit namin yung SALW. Paano ang baril? Initially, may mga nag-surrender. Pangalawa, paano ang baril hindi na makagalaw? Paano ang baril hindi na hawakan ng tao? Tingin ko malaki yung impact niya kung ma-solve natin itong problema na ito, kung hindi natin makuha agad yung mga baril na sa kamay ng individual o ng grupo. Kasi tingin ko, hindi masama mangarap tayo 10 years, 20 years from now, sana ang BARM area mawawalan na ng baril. Kasi if not, tingin ko matagal-tagal yung processes ng qualitative leap na gusto natin talaga conclusively na matawag tapos na yung armed conflict sa BARM unless otherwise makontain talaga natin na baril na hindi na magamit at kahit nasa anumang activity, lalong-lalo na ang sarido or yung mga activities na hindi consistent doon sa norms na meron tayo sa BARM. POPs, yung estimated budget namin, integrated na po ito para sa yung LGUs namin, lahat ng municipalities, including one city, sa infrastructure development, kasama yung component na related economic infrastructure, may 7,844,000,000. At yung economic development is 828, 640 million. Social development, 650, 766 million. And development administration, 402. All in all, 975 and 850,000. That ends my presentation. Alam ko, meron tayong kinakarap na problema ngayon. Dahil sa ilang series ng meeting namin, consultations with the BARM government sa Malacanang, sa iba't ibang venue, maraming nagtatanong sa atin kung ano ba talaga yung mangyayari, kung may extension o wala. Sa atin, as an individual at part ng local government ng BARM, bilang provincial government ng BARM, maliban sa ehlas na dua, prayer, tingin ko collectively dapat iisa yung boses natin. Malayo-layo na yung narating natin, tingin ko wag nating bitawan na mangyari pa na pupunta ulit sa dati yung nangyayari sa lugar natin. Walang ibang magmamahal nito kundi tayo. Walang ibang mag-own nito kundi tayo. So dapat tayo ang kikilos. Magkaisa tayo. Mahalin natin yung bayan natin. Magkaisa tayo para ma-extend yung BARM or yung BTA. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jim Saliman Hataman, the Basilan Provincial Governor. Moving on, may I call on Honorable Abdul Sakur Tan, the Provincial Governor of Sulu, and he will be presenting the development framework of Sulu via Zoom.
Maraming salamat sa amin, Secretary Guerra, Indato Sulu, and Education for today's event in the BARM. Let me extend my sincere thanks to the Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Murad, at iba pa mga ministers, members of the cabinet, and of course members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, as well as other officials of the BARM. Salamat. ito lang, I have committed Secretary Guerra or Minister Guerra that we are coming for today's activity or event in Cotabato. I'm so sorry, Chief Minister, we are not able to make it. Cotabato Day kasi last minute, already scheduled, we already chartered a flight, aircraft bound for Cotabato, possibly early this morning. But then, a new memorandum and advisory from the CAAP Central Office in Manila is allowing us to use a certain portion of the airstrip, which airstrip is supposed to be 1,830 meters. They would only allow us to use 1,200 meters, and at the same time restricting or limiting the number of passengers or the capacity of the aircraft to only 50%. And therefore, we requested that if we could only join by Zoom. And I'm certain that in the coming days, the Chief Minister would also be, I'm sure, willing to sit down with us to discuss further on the priorities of our municipal government units, and of course the provincial, your provincial government of Sulu. Actually, I wouldn't be discussing about the provincial development physical and framework plan. But beforehand, mali nasabi ko po, Chief Minister, kay Secretary Guerra, that this engagement of ours, wala pong connection ito sa whether we extend yung transition or we go for elections. So nothing to do. Kasi po, as we have committed to you, how many times? Siguro twice, thrice, or more, na pag may eleksyon, ay susuportahan namin kayo. Pag walang eleksyon, ay susuportahan pa rin namin kayo. Except that, pag walang eleksyon, medyo exhaust namin lahat ang karapatan ng ating mga kababayan at mga kapatid dito sa Sulu na I would bring it up to the Supreme Court. Pero suportado pa rin namin kayo. Whatever is the outcome. So yun po, kasi po ang position namin, hindi po kami nagpi-flip-flop. Gaya nga ng nasabi ko sa inyo, we never vacillate. When we say like this, it is going to be like this. As I said, I am not only Abdul Sakurtan. I am the governor and the leader and the elder of my people. So I carry their name. Nahihiya po ako sa aking mga kababayan at sa aking mga kapatid dito sa Sulu na mag-flip-flop ako. Hindi po ganon ang tausog. So alam naman po ninyo yun. At kahit saang forum po ay sinasabi namin kung ano po ang paniniwala namin. We never flip-flop, we never vacillated ever since day one. But our commitment is we are going to support an MILF-led government if the transition is extended. Going to may mga projects natin, siguro I would rather deal with the realities on the ground. Kasi po, Mr. Chief Minister and their ministers and members of the cabinet, members of the parliament, ayaw po namin na pagandahin lamang namin sa mga papel. Gusto namin yung totoo kung ano po ang nangyayari sa ground. Kasi baka pag pinaganda namin, hindi nyo na kami tutulungan kasi maganda na eh. So sasabihin muna namin our priorities and the needs. And therefore, we would like to suggest certain provincial priorities or priority projects for inclusion in the 2022 mark. So, first, our development vision. Our development vision is a progressive and peaceful Sulu steered by competent and dynamic leaders, driven by empowered and morally upright citizenry, living in a disaster-resilient communities and proud of its cultural heritage. So, nyo pag ganyan, may mga napakaganda pakinggan. Kaya lamang gagawin ba natin ito? Yun po dapat ang tanong. Kasi matagal na kami, pare-pareho, ganyan ang sinasabi namin. So, Mr. Chief Minister, this is not our first time. We have been under an autonomous government for the last 3 decades. And up to now, pare-pareho pa rin ang sinasabi namin. I am confident that under your leadership, itong autonomous government would change and would change for the better. So, yan po, gaya ng sinasabi ninyo na moral governance. So, sana dito na, natutuon na ang and of course, we are confident na magagawa po ninyo ito at susuportahan namin po kayo. So, una, ito ang mga pangangailangan namin. Siguro, narinig naman ninyo na recently, there was this crash, yung air crash ng C-130, which killed, siguro maraming namatay, mga 51 yata o 52 ang sundalo plus 3 sibilyan. So kaya kailangan namin, I mentioned this to Secretary Guerra or Minister Guerra, the construction of a new airport. Of course, this will cater to a large aircraft and the location must be along coastal. So iniisip namin actually, either dito sa Indanan or from yung between Maindu and Kalipaw. So, but this is going to be determined through topographic surveys and of course the feasibility studies. So this will be costing because the proposed cost for the procurement and of course the land development should be about 500 million. Next. And of course, we need ports. Yung ports
Recording in progress.
Port natin sa Holo, ano ba? Port natin sa Holo, although meron na yan ginagawa ngayon. Maraming sa Secretary Guerra. In fact, just recently when you were here, you inaugurated a new sector of the port. So sana magkaroon tayo ng additional berthing area with RoRo facility costing about 250 million. And the development and expansion of all 18 municipal ports. Sana magkaroon ng 50 million each, 18 other municipalities aside from the capital town of Holo. So, kasi po, coastal ang mga municipalities natin. Meron pa mga islands. So, kailangan ang mga municipal or barangay ports. So, without these ports, you can really not have any commerce. Kaya kailangan namin ang municipal courts para nang sa ganon, hindi lamang dito sa Hulo, kung hindi sa lahat ng municipalities na magkaroon sila ng ports sa kanilang municipality. Although meron naman sila, kailangan dagdagan pa natin. Kita na kita? Ha? Kita po. Next is yung recreational facility or sports development. We want the improvement of Sultan Jamalul Kiram Sports Complex. We want, although we have oval dito sa may sports complex tayo sa provincial capital. Kailangan gusto natin to decongest. So we want the construction of an oval, bleacher, dormitory, and others dito sa sa Sultan Jamalul Kirab Sports Complex in the amount of 80 million. Next. And of course, roads, like roads. Expansion or rehabilitation of Manbong Ipil Bilaan Road. Widening of existing provincial road with sidewalk, drainage, and bike lane. 150 million. Expansion or rehabilitation of Pagsalikpangan, Manbong Road, Indanan to Manbong, 150 million. Expansion, rehabilitation of Manbong Parang, ganon din, Manbong to Parang, 150 million. Rehabilitation of Simbahan Niyog Road sa Pangutaran, 50 million. Sa rehabilitation ng Siasi Sablay, Musong Road, 50 million. Sa Siasi, rehabilitation of kilometer 2 to kilometer 4, National Road. Sa Indanan, 50 million. Rehabilitation and concreting of Anuling Road, in particular, 50 million. Upgrading of upgrading of the Sulub Provincial Hospital to level 2. Kasi ang hospital natin ay level 1, 100 bed capacity. Gawin natin 200 bed capacity para maging level 2, establishment of additional facilities and equipment. So sa Hulo, 150 million. Provision of medical equipment at Manbong Hospital. Although hindi pa natatapos yan. 10 taon na yung ginawa. Acquisition of needed medical equipment sa Manbong capacity. Totoo. 2011 pa yung ginawa. Kapit na mabulok. Nagawa pa ngayon. 50 million. Improvement of Tapul Municipal Hospital. Repair of existing building, Tapul, 20 million. Improvement of Bangingi Municipal Hospital, Bangingi, 20 million. Improvement of Pangutaran Hospital, existing ito, 50 million sa Pangutaran. Ganon din. District Hospital ng Siasi, 50 million. Existing hospital, District Hospital ng Panamao, 50 million. Improvement of Luok District Hospital, Luok, 50 million. Improvement of Parang District Hospital, sa Parang, 50 million. Rehabilitation of rural health units, 10 million each. Sa lahat ng municipality, 190 million. Construction of hospital dormitory sa Mainbong, 20 million. Construction of 100 bed COVID isolation building, gaya ng ginawa ni Secretary Guerra dito sa Tanjong na 100 bed capacity dito sa Indanan, Tanjong. Gawin natin sa Luok kahit 25 million kasi meron na existing hospital sa Luok, so kailangan nilang isolation center. First, yung water district natin, rehabilitation of the Sulu Mainland Water District. Phase 1. Establishment of new transmission lines and use source development on sa Hulog, Patikul would cater to the requirements of Hulog, Patikul, and Indanan. So 100 million. Although meron ongoing ngayon, may pera kami, binigay ng office ni Secretary Senator Bongo, 200 million. So provision of school desks and facilities for schools, all 19 municipalities. Sana bigyan kami gumastos ng 50 million. Construction of 19 units. 2-story senior high school building at 20 million each to address classroom shortage for senior high school students for all 19 municipalities, 380 million. Dito sa classrooms, sana po huwag na tayo gumawa ng mga tigli isang one story. Kasi nagmumukha ka tayo na para tayong squatter. Kapitik-pitik lamang, 2 classroom dito, 3 classroom doon, kaya na magulo. Dapat to improve the dignity of the Muslims here in the Philippines, we should show to the world, not only to the Filipino nation, that we know how to live. So dapat at least 2-story buildings ang ginagawa natin. Kasi what they see, that is the impression that they will give. So yun dapat ang ginagawa natin. Instead of kalat-kalat lamang natin itong mga paggawa ng mga eskwelahan. At sana, Mr. Chief Minister, na magawa na natin ito kagad, na kailangan na natin yung mga kasi matagal din niya mag-construct. So by then, na dapat tapos na yan kung mawala na yung COVID. So, yan po. Next. Livelihood. Kailangan natin ma-rehabilitate and mag-provide tayo ng equipment sa provincial manpower and livelihood center. We want it expanded and the provision of needed equipment would cater to more out-of-school youth enrollees. Actually, ngayon sa Kajapian, sa Indanan, kailangan natin 30 million. Although way back, may binigay sa amin na ARM. So ngayon, of course, yung provincial government, yan ang nag-maintain. Itong farm tractors sa agriculture, we need 20 units of farm tractors worth mga 30 million. Procurement of farm inputs and establishment of a demo farm. Ito ang sinasuggest ni Secretary Guerra na sana every municipality meron tayong mga demo farm or nursery. So yan po. Dahil yan talaga ang hanap buhay ng ating mga tao dito at sa fisheries. Sa watershed development, reforestation of project and development of watershed area. Pag-plant tayo ng mga trees province-wide, include mangroves. So, 50 million. And then development, administration, yung disaster response, acquisition of motorboats, speedboats, sea ambulance, for emergency responses. So, yan po, sana magkaroon tayo ng 30 million for that purpose. Now, there was a little briefing in the matter of yung magkakaroon po ng mandanas doon sa Mandanas Law ay decided already by the Supreme Court with finality. Doon po, medyo na-discuss doon ang matter of devolution of certain government agencies and offices such as the hospitals or health and mga schools. At wala naman po doon na problema kung sana de-devolve not only the office but as well as the funds ng opisina. Kasi ngayon, operated or under the control and supervision of the regional government ay may sariling pondo yan. So kailangan kasama yung pondo kung ililipat sa local government. And by the way, when you say local government, this includes farm because farm is local government. So yan po ang So the matter of IRA, yung IRA ay nasa constitution po yan. At ang pwede lamang lang magsabi sa atin kung how are we going to spend this IRA, including the new or the additional out or born out of this Mandanas Law, ay siguro the DBM ang sa atin, magsasabi kung ano ang gagawin. Doon sa kaya natin sinasabi na lilipat yan from this Mandanas Law, a portion of this will go to these services. This is the general parang programa doon. Kasi other than tayo in the farm or in the arm noon, these offices are actually devolved to the local government units. And sa atin ngayon, kung ibibigay na natin doon, bababa na natin doon sa provincial at municipal na dapat kasama ang pondo. Kasi when this was devolved from the national government to the arm noon, is sinama dyan ang pondo. So sana yan ma-explain further sa atin at sana yung DBM mag-explain yan din sa atin. Yun, from 27% to something like 31% ang increase ng ating internal revenue allotment. So yan lang po, Mr. Chief Minister, at sa ating mga pinuno sa buong farm na nagpapasalamat po kami. At ito lang po ang hinihingi namin. Total amount for provincial impact projects is 3.845 billion. So, other than that, ay hiningi po ni Minister Guerra na mag-submit at na-submit na ang mga proposal ng ating mga municipalities. Mga municipalities, submitted na yan. This had already been collected. And na lang. In fact, sinabi ni Secretary o ni Minister Guerra, magdala rin ng OR. At pinasubmit na ng resolution. So, but even then, na-submit na yata yung mga resolution. So, matter of kwan na lang. So, siguro naman, ay gusto rin ni Chief Minister na magkaharap-harap tayo at makita din niya at makausap niya itong ating mga mayors. There are actually 16 mayors here. One of which is in Manila, the president of the league. And was supposed to fly down to Cotabato from Manila today. And then, of course, the mayor of Pangingi is already in Cotabato. And the mayor of Pangutaran, of Paticol, is in Paticol right now because there is a scheduled arrival of the regional director of DSWD Region 9 for the purpose of providing assistance to the mga balik barangay na program natin. So ngayon, at least isa na lang ang magbabalik barangay out of 9 barangay sa sa Paticol. And of course, sana kailangan din namin Chief Minister Murad na sana mabigyan ng maraming pabahay. I'm sure you want to give greater dignity to your people here in Sulu. And I would think that we have to provide them with respectable, yung medyo maganda-ganda mga housing units. Kasi ang kababayan natin, kapatid natin, hindi po sila mga squatters. So yan po, malaking bagay ang mga bahay ng inyong mga kapatid. So sabi ko nga, kung ano ang nakikita, ganon ang respeto ibinibigay. That is human. So ganon lamang, ang natural lang yung mga ganon. Maraming salamat and looking forward to the next engagement on invitation of our dear Chief Minister. Chief Minister, mabuhay po kayo at magsukol.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Honorable Abdu Sakurtan, Provincial Governor of Sulu. To proceed, may I call on the Provincial Planning and Development Coordinator of the Province of Tawi-Tawi, no less than Engineer Wahab Bakil. Let's give him a round of applause.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Before I start with our presentation, I would like to ask consideration for we will be delivering a very short and precise presentation, considering that we have about 92 pages in our PDPFP, and it must have taken us around 30 to 45 minutes. But then we will also seek we will not be able to present our accomplishments and reports of the ongoing projects in the province of Tawi-Tawi in partner with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The Honorable Chief Minister Ahud Balawak Ibrahim Al-Had, sir, members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, the ministers, the different line agencies, BARM, provincial governors, municipal and city mayors, other distinguished guests, and to the whole of the Bangsamoro land, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. We will be presenting a very concise PDPFP, our plan for the development of Tawi-Tawi, exactly for year 2022. From the provincial government of Tawi-Tawi, Under the stewardship of the most energetic and workaholic governor, Governor Ismail Mang Aisali, together with the strong 11 mayors of the municipality of the entire municipality in Tawi-Tawi, for the constituency of the province of Tawi-Tawi, present this physical framework development plan with the vision, next, with the vision, envision Tawi-Tawi as the special economic zone, center of the Mindanao corridor for a resilient infrastructure, support facilities, ecotourism industry, free ports, commerce and trade, aquaculture, and capitalize peace and public security with God-fearing and self-reliant empowered citizenry who lives in diversified culture and environment, friendly economy under a firm, decent, and transparent, accountable, good governance leadership. Next. Abiding to the administration theme, it's read, Gobyernong kasali ang lahat. We draft an 11-point agenda that will serve as our limits to achieve peace and development in our province. Codename Gov Mang Sali has 11-point agenda. Next. Gov Mang Sali as a code name for our 11-point agenda, it is, number one, a governance of good and participatory, good moral participatory. Number two, opening the gateway of Tawi-Tawi as the corridor to the BIMP-EAGA member countries and open economic barter trading to push economic activities. Number three, it is a barangay-based consultation and involvement in preparation of priority plans and programs. Next. Number four, maximizing local investment and development of commodities like our fishing, tuna, agar-agar production, and other aquatic resources. Number five, accessibility to both communication and transportation to boost economic technology, faster internet accessibility. Number six, natural resources management program to sustain ecological environmental protection like illegal fishing, illegal logging, and illegal quarrying. Number seven, generation of more jobs, investments, livelihood, and ensuring basic food availability. Next. Number eight, social development for basic services in the barangay level, advanced technology and health and education system. Number nine, anti-drug campaign, anti-red tape, anti-terrorism and extremism is strengthening up to the lowest level. Number 10, a livable Tawi-Tawi in the next 5 years with sufficient foods, effective services, enhanced service providers. Number 11, infrastructure and industrial realization to support economic activities like tourism, fishing, farming, trading, and more livelihood investment. After we have conducted a pre-summit with a very thin time, very slim time to complete and consolidate for our 2022 projects, we, together with all the 11 municipalities, prepare and conclude the priority projects of the province as categorized by sectors. Next. Under the economic sector, our priority projects for 2022, one is the construction of Seaweed Farmers Training Center, the construction of municipal public markets, construction of Lupa Pula, Roro ports, construction of municipal public market, construction of Sibuto proper port terminal, construction of Seaweed Farmer Training Centers, construction of flea markets, construction of solar dryer, construction of port terminal buildings, construction, land development for Tawi-Tawi Peaceport Complex, Phase 1, construction of Bungao Public Market, Phase 1. Next. Still in the economic sector, construction of municipal seaports in Tabawan, Phase 1, construction of solar dryer, construction of drug rehabilitation center, Phase 1, construction of port terminal building, rehabilitation of Taganak Airstrip, construction of flea market, construction of port and bus terminals. Next. In the environment sector, we strictly follow the reforestation program like the mangrove reforestation, tree planting, construction of shore protection, construction of sewerage system, construction of shore and slope protection, construction of drainage system. Next. For the infrastructure sector, we have the Banaran-Loocan boat passage construction. We have the Malanta boat passage construction. We have the dredging of Ungus Matata boat passage construction. Construction of concrete footbridges. Then we have the dredging with the sea lane traffic at Pansang, Laum, Tabawan, Phase 1. And another is construction of concrete footbridge. Next. For the social services, we have expansion of Sapa District Hospital, expansion of Mapun District Hospital, construction of covered courts, construction of housing units, construction of drug rehabilitation centers, Phase 1, construction of rain catchment, 7 units, construction of water system, construction of housing units in Tumindao Island, water system level 1, water system level 2, water system level 3, construction of recreational center, plaza at Lok Bangka in Bungao. Next. For roads and bridges, number 1 is the replacement of Sapa Malanta Provincial Road, Phase 1. Top Loocan Road, Dalo Tapian Bohe Road, the Kohek Kepeng Bridge, Duhul Batu Concreting, Sapa Water System, Lubak Parang, Sapa Road, Liubud, Siuto Linggisan Concrete Footbridge, Tong Sibalu, Tangbanak New Road, Concrete Footbridge at Tandoak, concreting of Haji Muhammad Gaya to Talisay New Road, concreting of Batuway Nunukan Road, Tong Mageng Larap Road, Phase 2, Sipangkut Concrete Footbridge, concreting of Tong Salangan Municipal Road, Situgal Concrete Footbridge, MSU Access Road, Kepeng Barangay Road. Continue. The Buton Concrete Footbridge, Kepeng Mini Bridge, Karungdong Sitio Look Siabon Barangay Road, Panyungan Barangay Road, Karungdong Footbridge, concreting of Pababa Singkor Perential Road, Phase 2, construction of Nalil Sitio Lumboy, Look Banga Access Road, construction of Nalil Sitio Lumboy, Look Banga Concrete Footbridge, construction of Tubig Tana, Tubig Mampalam, Access Patok, Laum Tabawan Circumferential Concrete Footbridge, Phase 2. Continue, di Lihiman Barangay Road, Concrete Footbridge, Lihiman, Parang Pantay, Kula-Kula Road, Phase 2, Concrete Footbridge, Tahaw, 2. Dredging of Luok Bay, Phase 2, Tubig Indangan, Concrete Footbridge, Shore Protection, 300 meters, Barangay Obol, construction of Malacca Multipurpose Barangay Hall, construction of Port Terminal Building at Batu-Batu, construction of Balimbing Concrete Footbridge. Still on road and bridge, the Kohek Buton Water Supply Level 2, Water Supply Improvement of Level 3 in Guppa, Sapa-Sapa Barangay System, Water Supply Sibutu Proper, Water Supply Butun, Water Supply Lihiman Island, Langoyan Water System Phase 2, Water Supply Level 2 Barangay Bagid, Water Supply Level 2 Balimbing Water System. Next. For power supply system, we have the provision of power transmission line for Tabawan, South Tubian Island. It is the power system. For multipurpose buildings, we have Sapa-Sapa Evacuation Action Center, building at Sapa, covered court, building 1 unit covered court, Nunukan, building 2 units covered court, Panglima Alari and Sipangkot, building 1 unit covered court in Butun, construction of Provincial Rehabilitation Center, 1 unit covered court in Lihiman, for the summary of the consolidated PPIs of the 11 municipalities for FY 2022 for the province of Tawi-Tawi is summed up in the amount of 4,886,558,000 pesos. So that's the end of the figures and our priority projects for 2022 of the province of Tawi-Tawi. However, a special message to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, especially to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. The province of Tawi-Tawi declares a 100% support for the extension of the Bangsamoro Authority. Alhamdulillah, it shall be. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Engineer Wahab Bakil, the PPDC from the province of Tawi-Tawi. Moving forward, may I call on the Municipal Mayor of Gindulungan, Honorable Dato Midpantaw Midtimbang Jr., to present the development framework from the province of Maguindanao.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. My due respect and courtesy to the BARM Chief Minister, Honorable Ahod B. Ibrahim Al-Haj, to Senior Minister, Honorable Abdul Rauf A. Makakwa, to BTA Parliament Speaker, Attorney Ali Pangalian M. Balindong, MILG BARM Minister Attorney Nagib G. Sinarimbo, and other ministers, provincial governors, local chief executives, and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. A pleasant afternoon to each and every one of us. Progressive Bangsamoro is not impossible to attain, especially with this just and morally upright governance of our Bangsamoro leaders. We want to take this opportunity to thank the BARM government under the leadership of Chief Minister Ahod Ibrahim Al-Haj for helping us, the local leaders, to further enhance and develop the delivery of basic services in the ground. Hence, let me present to you the Maguindano Development Framework and Consolidated 2022 Priority Programs and Projects of LGUs. This is the output from the consultation done during the pre-summit on July 14 and 15, 2021, and other interfacing activities with the LGU's different ministries in BARM. Maguindano Development Framework and Consolidated Priority Programs and Projects of LGUs. Slide this. Maguindano brief profile. Population 1,342,179 as of May 1, 2020 census. Land area 8,717.72 kilometers square. Municipalities 36. Barangays 508. Poverty incidence 51.1% among population as of 2018. Growth rate 2.86%. Education as of 2015. Number of elementary school, public 293, private 11. Number of high school, public 48, private 14. Number of tertiary school, public 36, private 9. Age group, a total population by age group, Maguindano 2015. Age group 0 to 4, 165,923. 0 to 14, 493,933. 15 to 64, 658,808. 18 years and over, 593,156. 60 years and over, 35,761. 65 years and over, 21,192. Vision 2025. Maging pangunahing sentro ng kalusugan, kabuhayan, kaalaman at kapayapaan kung saan ang mamamayan ay produktibo, may kakayahan, nagkakaisa at masayang namumuhay sa isang ligtas na kapaligiran at matatag na komunidad na may pantay at responsableng pamamahala. Makabagong Maguindano Development Agenda. Masiglang kabuhayan, agrikulturang masagana, kalusugan at kaalamang sapat, angkop na infrastruktura, bayang malinis, alertong komunidad, gobyernong may puso at malasakit, oportunidad para sa lahat, nagbibigay ng pantay na karapatan at sapat na seguridad, ginhawa at kapayapaang pangmatagalan. LGU sector, social subsector, health issues, insufficient hospital, healthcare facilities, PAP, establishment of hospital, upgrading of Maguindanao Provincial Hospital to BARM Regional Medical Center, 299 bed to 499 bed. Beneficiary, 36 LGUs and neighboring LGUs. Proposed budget, 448 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Upgrading of 75-bed Buluan District Hospital into 150-bed Maguindanao Sur Provincial Hospital. Beneficiary, Buluan, Mangudadato, Pandag, Paglat, General Salipada Cape Indaton, Dato Paglas, and neighboring LGUs. Proposed budget, 140 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Establishment of Datopiang 25-bed capacity municipal hospital, existing HDAP structure. Datopiang, North Kabuntalan, Dato Salibo, Dato Saudi, Dato Unsay, Mama Sapano. Proposed budget, 70 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Upgrading improvement of UP District Hospital into 100-bed capacity District Hospital. Beneficiary, South UP, DBS, DOS, and neighboring LGUs. Proposed budget, 140 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Establishment of Provincial Hospital at Parang into 150-bed capacity Provincial Hospital. Existing structure, Parang, Matanog, Buldon, Barira, Sultan Mastura, and Sultan Kudarat. Proposed budget, 90 million. Establishment of 25-bed capacity municipal hospital at Sultan SKM. Beneficiary, same. Upgrading of 10-bed capacity South UP Municipal Hospital into 25 capacity municipal hospital. South UP proposed budget, 80 million, Ministry of Health. Establishment of Bangsamoro Regional Mental Hospital. Beneficiary, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province. Proposed budget, 2 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Rural Health Unit, upgrading of 36 RHU into primary care infirmary facility. 36 LGUs. Proposed budget, 324 million. Funding Ministry, MOH. Barangay Health Stations, construction of 229 BHS with birthing clinic and staff complementation. Beneficiary, 229 barangays. Proposed budget, 1.49 billion. MOH. Renovation, expansion of existing 279 BHS, 279 barangays. Proposed budget, 1.495 billion. MOH. Isolation Center, construction of isolation center, Parang, Pandag, 12 million. MOH or Office of Chief Minister. Rescue vehicle, ambulance, purchase of rescue vehicle, ambulance, UP, DBS, Dato Anggal Midtimbang, Pandag, Sultan Kudarat. Proposed budget, 22.2 million. MOH. Social subsector, education issues, insufficient school buildings. PAP, school buildings and facilities, construction of school building for elementary. Beneficiary, 36 municipalities. Proposed budget, 130 million. Funding Ministry, MBHTE, MPW. Construction of school building for elementary, 36 municipalities. and 130 million. Construction of school building for junior high school, 36 municipalities, again 130 million. Construction of school building for senior high school, 36 municipalities. Senior high school, Maguindanao Province, 360 million. Establishment of Bangsamoro Science High School in Maguindanao Sur, Ampatuan, 18 million. Establishment Bangsamoro State College, beneficiary 1 per district, Maguindanao Province, budget proposed 2 billion. Establishment of Learning Center for ALS in every municipality, beneficiary 36 municipalities, proposed budget 44 million. Lahat po ay galing sa hinihingi from MBHT at MPW. Social subsector, education again, low participation rate, low completion rate, insufficient school facilities, equipment and paraphernalias. Scholarship financial subsidy program, medical physician scholarship, 36 LGUs, 5 medical students per LGU, proposed budget 20 million. Funding ministry, MOH. Scholarship program, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, proposed budget 70 million. Funding ministry, MOH, MOST, MBHT, MAFAR, MPW. Postgraduate Scholarship Program, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, proposed budget 10 million. MBHT, OCM. Financial subsidy, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, 20 million. Funding ministry, MBHT, OCM. Other school infra projects and facilities, establishment of assessment centers, 36 municipalities, 44 million proposed budget. Funding ministry, MBHT, MPW. Construction of school library, beneficiary Ampatuan and Talayan, proposed budget 11.5 million. Provision of school facilities, beneficiary Buldon, 1 million. Sector, social subsector, social welfare, issues, insufficient support to social services program, PAP protection services, establishment of regional residential care facility, beneficiary 36 LGUs location DOS, proposed budget 25 million. Funding ministry BARM OCM. Establishment of regional Bahay Pag-asa, 36 LGUs location DOS, 25 million proposed budget. And funding ministry BARM OCM. Establishment of regional home for the aged, 36 LGUs location Parang, 25 million. Establishment of regional center for the handicapped, 36 LGUs location Parang, 25 million. Establishment of regional center for women, Maguindanao Province, 25 million. Construction of evacuation center with complete facilities, Maguindanao Province, 525 million. BARM OCM. Completion of unfinished evacuation center HDA project, Maguindanao Province, 300 million. BARM Construction of PW Center, DBS, 2 million. Construction of 4 Senior Citizen Center, DBS Buldon North Kabuntalan, Datupiang, proposed budget 100 million. Livelihood skills training with startup capital, beneficiary Datupiang, Northern Kabuntalan, North UP, and South UP. Proposed budget 2.5 million. Funding ministry MSSD. Child development, construction of 113 child development centers with complete facilities without ECCD, beneficiaries, 113 barangays, proposed budget 565 million MSSD, improvement of 395 development centers, beneficiary 395 barangays, 790 million MSSD, construction of teen youth centers, Dato Paglas, proposed budget 5 million, housing, shelter housing project, beneficiary Dato Hofer, Gindulungan, UP, DBS, North Kabuntalan, Parang, Talayan, Dato Piang, Talitay. Proposed budget 1.97 billion, funding Ministry MSSD, MPW. Economic subsector, agricultural and aquaculture issues, low family income, low agricultural and fish education production, high cost of farm inputs and machineries, PAP, pre and post harvest machineries, provision of farm machineries, beneficiary, Buldon, Datupiang, Gindulungan, DBS, Mama Sapano, Pandag, and UP. Proposed budget 127.6 million. Funding Ministry, MAFAR. Construction of post-harvest facility. Construction of solar dryer with warehouse. Beneficiary, Buldon, Dato Montawal, Dato Piang, Dato Blas Sinswat, Talayan, Dato Abdullah Sangki, Mama Sapano. Proposed budget 33 million. Agricultural farm inputs. Provision of farm inputs. Beneficiary, Buldon, Das, Dato Montawal, Dato Piang, DBS, Gindulungan, Sultan Mastura, Talayan. Proposed budget 88.76 million. Techno demo on rice corn production. Dam, 2.5 million. MAFAR. Fish landing, fish equipment, and fish facilities. Establishment of fish landing. Dato Montawal, Mangudadato, Talitay. Proposed budget 185.6 million. MAFAR. Provision of fishing equipment. Dato Piang, Mama Sapano. Proposed budget 18 million. Provision of fish pens, cages, DBS 2 million. Establishment of fishing storage, DBS North Kabuntalan, Talayan 47 million. Economic subsector, agriculture and aquaculture, low family income, livelihood, conduct of livelihood trainings, Buldon, DBS, Gindulungan, Mama Sapano, Pandag. Proposed budget 10.5 million. Funding Ministry, TESDA, MSSD, MOLE, MAFAR, MTIT, MBHTE. Provision of Kabuhayan starter kits, Dato Unsay. Proposed budget 2 million. Agriculture infrastructure, establishment of Agri-Fishery Research Center, Provincial Maguindanao, 1 billion. Proposed budget, funding Ministry, MAFAR, OCM. Construction of agricultural school building. Beneficiary, Pagalungan, Mama Sapano, 30 million. Proposed budget, MAFAR. Organic farming, establishment of organic farming center and trading post. Beneficiary, UP. Proposed budget, 20 million. MAFAR. Implementation of May Gulayan program. UP, 5 million. Agrarian Reform Services, the settlement of land boundaries, the beneficiary, 36 municipalities. Proposed budget, 20 million, funding Ministry, MAFAR and MENRE. Economic subsector, industry, business development and tourism. Issues, low family income, underdeveloped tourism potentials. BAP industry, construction of integrated public terminal, establishment. Beneficiary, Dato Montawal, DBS, Mama Sapano, Sultan Mastura, Talitay, proposed budget 120 million, funding ministry, OCM, MILG. Establishment of seaport and airport. Beneficiary, Parang Dos, Maguindano Provincial, proposed budget 2 billion, funding ministry, MOTC, MPW. Construction of integrated public market. Beneficiary, Ampatuan, Barira, DBS, Dato Hofer, Gindulungan, Mama Sapano, Magudadato, Pagalungan, Sultan SSM, Sultan Mastura, Saripagwak, Talayan, Talitay. Proposed budget 831.8 million, funding ministry, OCM, MILG. Construction of slaughterhouse, SSM, Talitay, proposed budget 16 million, funding ministry, OCM, MAFAR. Business development, construction of 36 negosyo centers. Beneficiary, 36 municipalities. Proposed budget 500,000, 500,000, MTIT. Tourism development projects. Establishment of Eco-Tourism Park, Talayan, 18 million, MPW. Improvement and development of potential tourist spots. Beneficiary, UP. Budget proposed 18 million. Establishment of agri-tourism farm, Mama Sapano, Ampatuan, proposed budget 10 million. Concreting of tourism access roads, Maguindano Provincial, 16 million per kilometer, MPW. Environment and peace issues, deforestation, lack of solid waste disposal. BAP establishment of municipal nursery. Beneficiary, Buldon, Natuangal Midtimbang. Proposed budget 1 million and 2.5 million. Agroforestry, Datupiang, 3 million. Wetland deforestation, beneficiary, Datupiang, proposed budget 2 million. Reforestation and urban greening, beneficiary, Parang Northern Kabuntalan, proposed budget 1.3 million. Construction of sanitary landfill, beneficiary, 7 cluster Maguindano Province, proposed budget 700 million. Acquisition of garbage truck, beneficiary 36 LGUs Maguindano Province, proposed budget 500 million. Riverbank protection and stabilization, beneficiary Maguindano Province along Rio Grande de Mindanao, LGUs 500 million. Environment and peace issues, presence of rebels, extremists, occurrence of road accidents, sustainability of drug-cleared municipality, barangay, insufficient firefighting facilities and equipment, insufficient rescue operation facilities. PAP, livelihood for former violent extremists and their families. Beneficiary, Maguindano Province, proposed budget 500 million, funding ministry, MPOS, MILG. As of now, meron pong programa ang Maguindanao, which is tinatawag nilang Maguindanao Heaven. So marami pong nagbe-benefit na mga munisipyo yung programang ginawa ni Governor Mariam Mangudadato. Installation of 5,000 solar-powered streetlight system. 36 LGUs Maguindano Province. Proposed budget 500 million. Installation of road signages. DOS 1 million. MPW. Drug rehabilitation program. Balay Silangan, DAS, SM, Dato Paglas, DBS 22.6 million. Construction of outposts, Talitay 10 million. Procurement of rescue vehicle, UP, DAS 5 million. Procurement of patrol car, boat police vehicle, DBS Parang UP Dato Muntawal, proposed budget 11 million. Construction of police station, 25 LGUs, 200 million proposed budget, funding ministry MILG. Construction of municipal jail, Maguindano Province, proposed budget 100 million, funding ministry MILG. Construction of fire station, DBS 10 million. Procurement of fire truck, Dato Paglas, proposed budget 8 million. Sector infrastructure issues, limited road access, PAP concreting of provincial road, Maguindano Province 900 million proposed budget, funding ministry MPW, concreting of municipal road, beneficiary Matanog, North Kabuntalan, Parang, Sultan Kudarat, Sultan Mastura, Ampatuan, Dato Hofer, Dato Muntawal, Dato Piang, Sharif Agwak, Talayan, proposed 687 million 552 pesos. Concreting of Barangay Road, Barira, Buldon, Kabuntalan, Matanog, North Kabuntalan, Sultan Mastura, Sultan Kudarat, UP Ampatuan, Buluan, Dam, Dato Anggal Mitimbang, Dato Hofer, Dato Muntawal, Dato Paglas, Dato Piang, Dato Salibo, Dato Saudi Ampatuan, Dato Unsay, General SKP, Gindulungan, Mamasapano, Mangudadato, Pagalungan, Paglat, Pandag, Saripagwak, SSM, South UP, and Talayan. Opening of Farm to Market Road, Buldon, DBS SM, SK Ampatuan, Dato Paglas, Dato Piang, GSKP, Gindulungan. Asphalting, Saripagwak, 50 million. Repair, rehab, reblocking of roads, SK DOS, North Kabuntalan, SSM, Talayan, proposed budget 172 million. Construction rehab of bridges, Buldon, DBS, Kabuntalan, Matanog, North Kabuntalan, UP, SK, Ampatuan, Dato Muntawal, Dato Salibo, DSA, Gindulungan, Mamasapano, Saripagwak, Talayan, Talitay. Proposed budget, sa tingin ko 2 billion 60, parang ganun. PAP, infrastructure, limited flood control projects, absence of level 3 water system. PAP, construction of drainage system, beneficiary, Buldon, DBS, Parang, North Kabuntalan, Ampatuan, Buluan, Dato Piang, GSKP, Rajaboyan, Sharipagwak, Talayan. Proposed budget 383.95 million. Construction of flood control protection, Maguindano Province, Matanog, Buluan, Dato Muntawal, Dato Piang, GSKP, Gindulungan, Mamasapano, Pandag, Talayan. Proposed budget 500 million and 1.748 million. Construction of slope protection dike, Maguindanao, 500 million. DBS, Mamasapano, Agwak, Dato Paglas. Construction of riprap, Dato Abdul Sanki, 2.5 million. Installation of box culvert, Mamasapano, Sharif Agwak, 15 million. Construction of seawall protection dike, DBS, 150 million. Construction rehab of irrigation, DBS Pandag Dam, Muntawal, Dato Piang, Talayan. Proposed budget 128 million. Installation of water system, Maguindano Province, DBS, DOS, Kabuntalan, Matanog, North Kabuntalan, Parang, UP, Ampatuan, Buluan, Dam, DAS, Dato Muntawal, Dato Piang, DSA, Dato Unsay, Mangudadato, Saripagwak, Talitay, and Talayan. Proposed budget 1.556 billion. administrative issues, insufficient capacity of some local functionaries, insufficient government facilities, BAP, capacity building for local officials, beneficiary, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, budget proposed 5 million, establishment of community-based monitoring system, CBMS, Maguindanao Province, 50 million, legislative tracking system, thus 2 million, capacity building on formulation of the following: 1. Devolution transition plan. 2. LGU CAP development agenda, communication plan, SGLG compliance, action plan, poverty reduction plan, annual culture development plan, revenue generation plan. Beneficiary, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, proposed budget, 15 million. Establishment of provincial-wide connectivity of real property tax assessment and collection system. Maguindanao Province, 15 billion. 15 million. Construction improvement of municipal hall. Ampatuan, Datupiang, 5 million. Construction of barangay hall, DBS, 2 million. Construction of 100 multipurpose building, 36 LGUs, Maguindanao Province, 30 million. Construction of municipal library, Ampatuan, 2 million. Construction of covered court, 120 million. That's all. Natatapos yung aking presentation. And lastly, we have great challenges and lots of pressing issues in the ground. But with the collaborative aid of the BARM government through the grant of these various PPAs, we know that all of this can be surpassed, and no doubt the future of Maguindanao and the entire BARM communities will become the best in history. On the League of Municipalities Maguindanao chapter and the provincial government of Maguindanao, we humbly asking for your consideration and approval of the Maguindanao Development Framework and Consolidated 2022 Priority Programs and Projects of LGUs. Thank you, and wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Shukran.
Thank you, Honorable Datu Mibpantao Midtimbang Jr., the Municipal Mayor of Gindulungan, for presenting the development framework of the province of Maguindanao. To proceed, may I call on the Administrator of the Special Geographic Areas, Administrator Muhammad Kelly Antao, to present the development framework of the Special Geographic Areas. Let's give him a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi wa bihi nasta'in wa ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. My courtesy and respect to our beloved Chief Minister, Al-Haj Murad Ibrahim, sir. To our Senior Minister, Abdul Rauf Makakwa, sir. Minister Nagib Sinarimbo. To our guests, Secretary Panelo, Juan Meg Subiri, and other ministers who are present today, governors, mayors, and of course, my friend Minister Guerra and Minister Dixon Hermoso. Again, good afternoon. Unang-una kami po nagpapasalamat na nagkasama po ang 63 barangay dito po sa Bangsamoro Governance Summit na ito. Para po sa maikling kasaysayan ng itong 63 Special Geographic Area na ito po nabanggit po sa Republic Act number 11054, Article 3, Section 2, Paragraph C and Paragraph F. Ito po ay nabanggit doon sa Bangsamoro Organic Law na kung saan ang 39 barangays sa probinsya ng Cotabato na bumoto po ng yes noong plebiscite 2001 mula po sa bayan ng Carmen, bayan ng Kabakan, bayan ng Pikit, Aliusan, Mitsayap at Pigkawayan na naging kabahagi po na Bangsamoro Territory. Doon naman po sa paragraph F na yun, nabanggit din doon na ang mga geographical area na gustong sumali, contiguous doon po sa mga 39 barangays na yon, ay maaari po silang magpetisyon for inclusion sa pamamagitan ng pag-file ng resolution at petition ng 10% ng registered voters sa mga barangay na yon. Sa awa ng Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, nagkaroon po tayo ng petition for inclusion at nakabuo tayo ng 48 barangays na nag-submit ng kanilang petition sa COMELEC Manila. Subalit 28 lamang po ang na-approve, then 20 of that was denied by the COMELEC. Subalit mayroon po tayong pending motion for reconsideration for that. So nandiyan po rin ang executive order po ng ating mahal na Chief Minister, establishment of the Development Coordinating Office for the 63 Barangay of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao sa North Cotabato. Nandiyan din po ang BIT number 13 Administrative Code, specifically Title 8, Chapter 6, enumerated the composition of the ISGADA, Special Geographic Area Development Authority, including its function, roles, and responsibilities. So, these are our proposals for 2022. First, governance and administration. We have the capacity development on barangay governance, specifically local legislation and financial accountability. Alam din natin ito na itong mga barangay na ito ay nagmula sa ating mga mother units, mga mother municipalities, kaya po kami po ay wala pong munisipyo. Provision of computer equipments with complete accessories for the use of secretaries and treasurers of the different barangays. Barangay Physical Fitness and Sport Development Committee po, dapat magkaroon po ang mga barangay. Next will be on the social development. We have the purchase of barangay ambulance, cadaver mobile vehicle, rescue car, and dump trucks. Dito po sa mga barangay na ito ay membro po ng PIPALMA na kung saan ay mayroon po kaming periodic maintenance mula po sa aming mga municipality. Subalit nang kami ay mapunta na dito, nagpapasalamat pa rin kami na hanggang ngayon ay kinubkob pa rin ng ating mga local units. Subalit, hindi natin alam kung hanggang kailan tayo nilang ikupkup. Purchase of wheelchair for elderly. Construction of barangay reading center, birthing center, and bridge connecting Kabakan and Carmen. Requesting for the establishment of high school training on BPAT. We have the purchase of motorized boat with complete accessories and farm equipments. They have also proposed for the construction of potable water system, sail site, tower and recreational area or playground. Construction, renovation of fish landing structure, construction of 5 kilometers farm to market road every barangay. We have also the provision of fund support to livelihood program, small business and cooperatives. Provisions of fund support to farmers like corn, rice, and vegetables. Provision of solar water pump for irrigation. Organize and provision of support to organize barangay fishery and aquatic program. To peace and environmental, we have establishment of barangay garbage and disposal system and barangay MRF with complete trainings. Establishment of barangay nursery, construction of evacuation center, ICOM and outpost for the BPAT, conduct tree planting, installation of CCTV, road lighting, and garbage truck. For EMPRA, We have also construction and renovation of water supply system and drainage system, construction of market building, construction of post-harvest facility like dryer and warehouse. We have the construction of multipurpose hall, construction of health centers, construction of COVID-19 isolation facilities. Next will be construction of flood control. Mahalaga ito para po sa 63 barangay itong flood control, construction of flood control na ito dahil naniwala po kami na kapag ma-implement ito ay thousands of hectares ang maging kapakipaginabang dito sa 63 barangay. The barangay electrification, we have also the improvements of barangay roads. So diyan po ang lahat ng aming mga proposal, hindi namin binigyan ng pondo at hindi namin in-estimate dahil alam namin na handa na po ang ibang mga ministry na magbigay ng pondo para dito. So sa amin po, umaasa po kami at nananalangin kami na sana ma-extend ang BARM o BTA period upang sa lalong madaling panahon ay magkaroon na kami ng mga municipalities created by the BTA. At in that relation, last July, I am informing this August body that last July, we have crafted 2 resolutions. One resolution is reiterating and appealing for the early passage of the amendatory law for the resetting of the BTA election on May 22 to May 25, 2025. So sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Administrator Muhammad Kelly Antao.
Yung ano na pala dito na part, next one na about the interface.
Thank you so much to our dear local chief executives for giving us insights on where your respective provinces are. Your output can help the government of the day further understand which inputs it can provide in the long run. Before we proceed to the next part of our program, for the interface, a QR code will be available at the screen. If you cannot access such, you may go to slido.com and enter #BARM or #BARMM. Once accessed, you may now enter your questions or queries for the regional officials. So this is for the interface with ministries and also our local chief executives later. So again, you may scan the QR code available at the screen. And if you cannot access, you may go to slido.com and enter #BARMM. Once accessed, you may now enter your questions for the regional officials. Moving forward, we shall now witness the presentation of the Regional Development Directions and Priority Trust for 2022. Here with us is Bangsamoro Planning and Development Director General Engineer Muhajirin Ali. Let's give him a round of applause.
Boss. Yan yung bago.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My courtesies to our Bangsamoro government official, to our very own Honorable Chief Minister Ahud B. Ibrahim, to the ministers, who are present here today, BTA members, to the officials who are present via online, my fellow BARM government officials and employees, our development partners, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my warmest gratitude to the Office of the Chief Minister, together with the Ministry of Interior and Local Government, MILG, and other key ministries for this initiative of holding this governance summit, despite these challenging times brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. As bureaucrats, we cannot delay development as well as planning when it comes to the welfare of our constituents. The Bangsamoro government is deliberate in overcoming all challenges and is also concerned with planning for the yet to come. With that, let me share to you the Bangsamoro Development Directions and Priority Trust from 2020 to 2022. Next slide. Now, let me walk you through the outline of my presentation. My presentation has 14 parts. Next slide. As an update, I will give you a brief profile of the BARM. As you can see, the BARM was established by virtue of Republic Act 11054 or the Bangsamoro Organic Law, BOL, which was ratified last January 25, 2019 and February 6, 2019 for Llano del Norte, excluding Iligan City and the 67 barangays in North Cotabato. Upon ratification of the BOL, the ARM areas was added with the Cotabato City and 63 barangays of North Cotabato. The total population of the BARM, based on the results of the recently launched 2020 Census of Population and Housing, CPH, is at 4.9 million, with a geographic area of 36,826.95 square kilometer approximately, based on the PSA 2020 data. The BARM has 5 provinces composed of Tawi-Tawi, Sulu, Basilan, Llano del Sur, and Maguindanao, 3 cities, Cotabato City, Lamitan City, and Marawi City, 116 municipalities, 2,590 barangays, including the 63 barangays of North Cotabato, and 8 congressional districts. Next slide. Now, in terms of BARM's geographic territory, it can be seen that the green color in the BARM map marks its territory or areas. The provincial boundaries are colored with black lines, and the provincial capital or city are marked with yellow dot. In Jolo, Sulu, Bongao, Tawi-Tawi, Lamitan City, Marawi City, Cotabato City. The Bangsamoro waters are colored light blue, while the new one in the previous map of the ARM, defunct ARM, are the zones of joint cooperation, which are colored in white shades. So as you can see in the map, areas covered under the zones of joint cooperation with the national government is so wide and extensive. Next slide. In relation to the 0 to 10-point agenda of the national government, the Bangsamoro government has framed its 12-point priority agenda. First is the enactment of the 6 priority codes. Second is the integration and harmonization of different development plans for the Bangsamoro. Third is the establishment of appropriate BARM bureaucracy. Fourth is the assurance of access to quality healthcare services, education, and social welfare, duly supported by adequate infrastructure facilities. Fifth refers to the implementation of the special programs for transitioning combatants and their families in support to the normalization program of the national government. Sixth, referring to the support on the ongoing rehabilitation and reconstruction and recovery of Marawi City. In fact, most ministries have already created programs and projects for the Marawi rehabilitation, such as livelihood programs, infrastructure, as well as programs on housing with land development. One important accomplishment under this goal is the creation of the Program Steering Committee to supervise the implementation of the Marawi Rehabilitation Program of the OCM. 7 is the establishment of the foundation of moral governance, such as developing policy environment on transparency, accountability, and prudent fiscal policy, as well as improvement on revenue generation. 8 refers to energy development and power generation in the BARM. Next slide. 9 is the enhancement of the security condition in the BARM. 10 is the ensure productive partnership between the Bangsamoro government and development partners as well as the national government. 11th is to safeguard environmental protection, conservation and management. And lastly, 12, to explore and harness the economic potentials and comparative advantages of the BARM, of the halal industry, as well as the natural resources of the Lanao Lake for potential tourism to boost economic development. Next slide. During the first Planning Committee meeting for the first BDP formulation, Chief Minister Ahud Balawag Ibrahim emphasized that the overall goal of BARM is to uplift the lives of the Bangsamoro and establishing the foundation of self-governance through moral governance. From there, the first Planning Committee's meeting has triggered series of workshops on the formulation of the first BDP 2020-2022 in order for the first BDP regarded as valid, efficient, and implementable. The framers have adopted certain parameters that it should be aligned and consistent with international, national, and regional trusts and priorities, considering that its emanate comes from the provision of the Republic Act 11054, the BARM Transition Plan, and the 12-point priority agenda of the Bangsamoro government. Second, that the plan should include and consider the harmonization of existing development plans such as ARM RDP, BDP 1 and 2, and UBDP. Third, that it can sustain the gains on peace and development in the BARM. Fourth, that it should be sensitive to uniqueness of the BARM. Fifth, the plan should be completed with its accompanying results matrix and the Bangsamoro investment program. Next slide. The planning process of the first BDP 2020-2022 was both a challenge and an opportunity as the series of activities commenced during the early days of the transition of ARM to BARM. The public consultation part was the hardest, not only because of the long travels, but the mainland to the island, but also due to the limited timeline, arduous process of coordination, and the organization of mass gathering while taking into consideration of the security situation in the areas. Next slide. Despite the pressure of time, we have completed the planning process through the conduct of simultaneous activities both in the mainland and the island provinces of the BARM. All the work and sacrifices were paid off when the first BDP 2020-2022 was officially launched. It is a legacy we can be early inception of the Bangsamoro government. With the vision in mind, the Bangsamoro is united, enlightened, peaceful, progressive. We can reach greater heights because we are guided by moral values and integrity. With commitment and drive, our mission is to make our people actually feel the presence and efforts of the Bangsamoro government in ensuring that their welfare is our utmost priority. Consistent with the BARM overall goal, the formulation of the 8 priority development goals serve as the framework in achieving the first BDP 2020-2022. The 8 development goals are vital for the attainment of the overall goal of uplifting the lives of the Bangsamoro and establishing the foundation of self-governance through moral governance. Next slide. We ensure the alignment of the 8 development goals with the 12-point priority agenda of the BARM. During our public consultations, we have gathered the major development challenges identified by the constituents of the first BDP. We aim to make use of it as a reference and inspiration to overturn it into opportunities. Using the macroeconomic trends and targets of the region, we can forecast the highs and lows of the economy in 2022 with reservations on the possible risks and challenges. This can be our reference in planning for our readiness and priorities for the following year. The economic development policies that are advantageous to the Bangsamoro region provides our constituents an opportunity for business employment or livelihood, while social development policies give them access to social services as well as to health and education. In order to address the major development challenges identified as well as the development goals, the following strategies has to pursue. Number one, improve government functionality at all levels. Improve access of people to and quality delivery of social services. Sustain and promote peace, public order and safety. Improve productivity and agriculture and services. Mitigate climate and disaster risk of individual and families, especially the vulnerable sectors. Improve infrastructure support facilities, and provide support to the rehabilitation and reconstruction of Marawi City. Next slide. A key dimension of regional development planning is spatial planning. The proposed BARM regional spatial strategy is focused on regional agglomeration, connectivity, and vulnerability reduction. It is informed by the spatial realities and potentials of the BARM, as well as the national spatial strategy. Regional agglomeration will be pursued through a hierarchy of settlements or growth centers. Propose functional roles of growth centers and development trusts for each province. In terms of connectivity, the BARM will be connected internally as well as externally through road, air, and sea, and telecommunication. To ensure vulnerability reduction, we will have to pay attention to hazards and vulnerable areas and environmentally critical areas in the region. The proposed hierarchy of settlements include regional, sub-regional, provincial, and local centers. They are identified on the basis of categories and criteria set by the national government and recommendations of the planning committees and local stakeholders. For the two regional centers, Metro Cotabato will serve as the regional administrative and business center, tourism hub, and agri-industrial center. Metro Holo will be the international gateway center for barter trading, exotic fruits, and aquaculture and marine resources. For the sub-regional centers, Metro Marawi will be the center of Islamic and higher education. It will also highlight power, tourism, and agricultural production and will be a tourism destination. Bunga will be the gateway to BIMP Iaga, an industrial center for marine resources. It will be the seaweeds capital of Mindanao and a tourism destination. For the provincial centers, Malabang will be an agri-industrial center, while Lamitan City will be the center for commercial crops. Wao will highlight pineapple, rubber, and banana production, while Sharipaguac will be commercial center of Maguindanao. As local centers, Maluso will concentrate on aquamarine resources, Sitangkay on seaweeds, and Languyan on industrial activities, specifically mining. Functional roles will identified for Marawi City, Lanao del Sur, Cotabato City, Maguindanao, Basilan Province, and Lamitan City, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi that maximize their comparative advantages and strategic location, as well as support the direction articulated by the respective development plans. We have also reflected here functional roles of localities as proposed in the Maguindanao Corridor Strategy of MINDA. There is much that we can look forward to in the BARM in the coming years. We look to moral governance as the overarching strategy that will play a key role in propelling the region and its people to greater heights, accompanied by changes in political structure and fiscal autonomy as provided for by the BOL. We can harness the region's comparative advantages in agriculture production, as well as the establishment of potential economic zones. The BARM can host a number of eco-zones, 2 in Lanao del Sur, 1 each in Pulyok Parang, Maguindanao, Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi. In terms of air connectivity, it is proposed that the roads in the region will be expanded. Hence, the proposed roads, a number of which are international. Further, it is recommended that existing airport facilities be upgraded and that an airport be established in the province of Basilan. To respond to the island nature of BARM territory and connect our peoples better, it is recommended that the shipping routes be expanded in partnership with government and the private sector. The OCM BARM flagship programs and projects shall continuously operate until the following year. The BARM ministries, offices, and agencies' major programs and projects will also continue in 2022. BARM ministries, offices, and agencies are clustered by sector according to the similarity of the mandate and services provided by them. Here are the priority programs and projects in the first BDP under the Development Administration. While priority PAPs on peace, public order, and safety in the first BDP 2020-2022. Again, here are the programs and projects in our region that will help improve the access and delivery of basic services to the four major sectors. So these are for the social welfare, education sector with their priority PAPs on economic development, and the infrastructure sector. In the BARM Block Grant 2020, the Ministry of Public Works has allocated a 3.3 billion less than the capital outlay budget of DPWH ARM in 2019. The purpose of the decrease in allocation for the 2020 was to consider the projects that are still to be completed under the DPWH ARM budget and the transition period from ARM to BARM that significantly affects the absorptive capacity of employees. For 2020, the MPW activities have been severely affected by the pandemic that disrupted the preparation of preliminary engineering, procurement, and implementations, resulted in a physical accomplishment of only 14% out of the 241 total numbers of projects for 2020 alone. 4 have been completed, 100 are ongoing, and 137 are about to start. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay. Okay, next slide again. Okay, next slide. Okay. And then next slide. Okay. Next slide. According to the BARM roadmap, by 2022, people in the Bangsamoro are self-governing, united, enlightened, peaceful, just, morally upright, and progressive. As identified in the Bangsamoro directions for 2020-2022, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government is adamant to accomplish the following: address the identified BARM bureaucratic challenge and gaps, full establishment of the BARM bureaucracy, completion of the passage of priority legislations, continuing improvement of functionality and performance of the LGUs, improve access of people to and quality delivery of social services at all levels of government. 6, improve productivity in agriculture and services through value chain approach. 7, sustain and promote peace, public order, and safety in the region. 8, mitigate emerging and re-emerging infectious disease and climate and disaster risk, especially the vulnerable sectors. 9, improve infrastructure support facilities. And 10, substantially provide support to the completion of Marawi Rehab. Lastly, allow me to share the statement of our Honorable Chief Minister, Ahud Balawag Ibrahim, to quote, "We have struggled for decades to arrive where we are today. When time comes that we have to pass the leadership of this government to our successor, inshallah, we know to ourselves that we did everything we could to serve the best interests of our people. Hopefully, we were able to in place a situation that will serve as model for succeeding administrations in the future. Let us all work hand in hand towards achieving the goals in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. As I end this, It is my pride and honor to congratulate and acknowledge the profound efforts of the OCM and the MILG, including key ministries of the BARM, on coming up with this governance summit. This will surely benefit our region, not only the regional government, but also all its local government units. Together with the other BARM government ministries, agencies, and offices, the BPDA is also committed to support all these endeavors for the good and upliftment of the lives of the Bangsamoro government. Again, magandang hapon po. Sukran. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Jazakallahu khairan, DG Ali. At this point, we will now proceed with our interface proper. Kindly flash again the QR code we have on screen. We encourage our participants and everyone to send their queries or questions at the link slido.com and enter #BARMM or scan the QR code flashed on screen. We are requesting our sectoral heads to please stay. Thank you. We have 2 questions already. So let me read the first question. For Maguindanao, are all those PPAs for 2022 only or for 5 years? Second question, to what extent that the BARM government will address the corruption being done particularly in various barangays in remote area? Next question, for Maguindanao also, of the PPAs presented, what will be covered by the provincial or municipal LGU considering that the LGU budgets will increase due to mandanas? Next, how do you intend to accomplish your targets despite the COVID-19 pandemic? Another question we have, we suggest to allocate the development funds by the number of population. Will this be possible? Next question, kailan ang Bangsamoro Governance Summit uli at saan? We are not yet done with our first Bangsamoro Summit, pero meron na po tayong katalungan kung kailan po ulit magaganap ang ating Bangsamoro Governance Summit. We have a new question. To Governor of Lanao del Sur, do you have the exact time frame for the IDPs to return to their respective homes? Another suggestion for the next Bangsamoro Governance Summit, pwede daw ba na ito ay gawin sa Tawi-Tawi? Another question, are special geographic areas factored in the targets? When do you intend to reorganize? We now have 10 questions already. For those who sent their questions at the link flashed on screen, for it to be addressed, the Office of the Chief Minister will send a written answer for you. In the interest of our time, we cannot answer all of these questions because we are a little short with our time already. So these questions will be addressed via sending you a written form. So these are all recorded and the Office of the Chief Minister will just send you a written answer. So you can still send your questions here. Let me read. There is a new question first. For Maguindanao also, does the proposed resettlement of land boundaries under agrarian reform services cover ancestral domain claims and land conflicts in UP? Also, some of the questions we have here are not addressed to the office of the chief ministers, but to the LGUs and the provincial governor. So we will just endorse their questions, and also we will but some of the questions. Okay. There is a new question. We do believe in BARM government. Is it possible to execute all of those future plans before 2025? Is the widening of National Road in Maguindanao been proposed to IGRB, or when would be the widening of roads in Maguindanao supposed to start? So again, the questions that are addressed to the provincial governors or to the LGUs will be endorsed by the Office of the Chief Minister to the provincial governors. So you can still send your questions at the link or at the code flashed on screen or at slido.com by entering hashtag BARMM. Another question, will the needs assessment from the 6 camps under camp transformation be covered by the provincial proposals, as some of the proposals cover similar needs? So still, you can send your questions to the link and also at the QR code flashed on screen or at our live.
Request na natin yung mga guests to go back to their respective seats para sa closing portion of the meeting.
May we request also our guests and everyone who is outside to please come back inside for our closing program. Thank you. To move forward, let us now call on the BARM Chief Minister, Honorable Ahud Balawag Ibrahim, for the ways forward of this first ever Bangsamoro Governance Summit.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank all of you again for sharing with us your precious time today. In keeping with our practice of musawara or mutual consultation, the government of the day is provided with various perspectives on issues and concerns that matter to the lives of every Bangsamoro. What we have conducted here today and the pre-summit over the past week are testament to that very principle. Cliché as it is now, but as the old saying goes, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go farther, go together. And that's exactly what we in the Bangsamoro government and you our local government partners just did in this summit. The Bangsamoro government has duly taken into account the various emerging themes from the different provinces and hopefully realign our programs and policies to such rising needs. On infrastructure, the government of the day assures that we will lay the groundwork for massive infrastructure programs that cater to the needs of connecting various communities with one another, construct housing projects that our people can call their home, and put forward responsive blueprints that help our economy grow. As previously mentioned in several occasions, for this year, the regional government has allotted strategic infrastructure for all local government units. For the first time in the region's history, everyone gets to have their equitable share in infrastructure projects. However, this would mean nothing if not completed at a proper time and of proper quality. We need all your cooperation in ensuring that this would be realized in our localities. If we can do this, it would truly set the BARM apart, inshallah. On social development, along with the ongoing responses to the severe impact of the COVID-19 in various communities in the BARM, we will continue with our ongoing social services programs dedicated to various marginalized groups that need our support most, including but not limited to women, children, persons with disabilities, solo parents, and out-of-school youths. This entails providing more sustainable development programs that can streamline all our socioeconomic reforms in the region. Education is of course remains a priority to all of us here today. That's why we will continue with constructing climate-resilient classrooms, hire competent teachers, and furnish reforms including a proper balance of secular and Islamic education, the Bangsamoro history, and providing more scholarship programs for our students. Access to potable water shall continue to be prioritized, along with providing sustainable energy supply. On economy, while the region has managed to contain the spread of the virus, the economic impact on the region has nevertheless been significant. Many businesses have closed due to the economic contractions brought on by COVID-19. Lockdowns and travel restrictions. To address such, the regional government will implement the investment priorities plan and seeks to revive industries ranging from agritourism, plantations, energy generation, and even providing necessary support to MSMEs or micro, medium, and small enterprises. On COVID-19, but of course, we cannot draw away our attention from the pandemic that crippled life as we know it. With the grace of Almighty Allah, we will work together closely with all of you to mitigate the spread of this disease and reach herd immunity that we seek in order to at least bring back a sense of normalcy. From isolation and treatment to mass vaccination programs, we need all of you to defeat COVID-19. If there is one thing that we learn throughout the experience, it is that for us to truly heal and recover as one, we need to move as one. On health, the pandemic also reminded us to look closely in the state of our health services in the region. Upgrades to our health facilities, equipment, and human resource shall be taken into utmost consideration. Several proposals for upgrading or creating strategic hospitals have been made, and we will thoroughly look into this to improve the state of health in our localities. On peace and security, while there has been significant improvement in terms of peace and security in the region, with the continuing implementation of the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro and the establishment of Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, we are aware that there are still few challenges that we need to overcome in terms of peace and security. We must continue to implement a holistic approach to win over the hearts and minds of those who still believe in violence. We will provide opportunities to those who will return to the side of peace in order to transform them into productive citizens of our region. Building the infrastructure of peace takes so much time and effort. It requires years and even decades of hardship, pain, and suffering. But as we have realized by now, peace is possible, peace is attainable. Let us not take for granted what we have gained so far. It is our duty as leaders to ensure that this will be sustained, because as experiences of other post-conflict countries would suggest, sometimes small disruptions can have significant impact to the peace we all work hard for. In one of the more famous hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the believers are just like one body. When one of the limbs suffer, the whole body responds to it with wakefulness and fever. And this cannot be more accurate to all of us in this journey. And finally, before I conclude, I am directing all the ministries and offices of the regional government to thoroughly look into the priority programs and projects presented today by our provincial government, prioritize those that are particularly consistent with the 12-point priority agenda and the Bangsamoro Development Plan, and whenever necessary or applicable, include the same in your respective budget proposals for fiscal year 2020. This is our way forward, inshallah. I pray to the Almighty Allah that He may grant us with wisdom and energy to provide a better future for the Bangsamoro. Fid dunya wal akhirah, jazakumullahu khairan. Thank you very much for attending this first Bangsamoro Summit 2021. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Maraming salamat po, Chief Minister Ahod Balawag Ibrahim. Palakpakan po natin ang ating BARM Chief Minister. So, for the photo opportunity, hindi po tayo kasyang lahat in one batch. So, we will regroup you. So, as I call your name, May we request our Chief Minister and Attorney Sinarimbo on stage for the photo opportunity. For the first batch, we will have the 3 governors who are physically here with us. Provincial Governor of Lanao del Sur, Basilan, and Tawi-Tawi.
Brother MP Diale
And also our administrator, SGA Administrator Muhammad Kelly Antao. For the next batch, we will have our mayors per province. So first, we will have the province of Lanao del Sur. Requesting our mayors from Lanao del Sur to please join us on stage for photo opportunity. Also, requesting Provincial Governor Mamintala Diong to please also join our mayors on stage. Next is the province of Basilan, requesting our mayors from the province of Basilan to join us on stage for photo opportunity. Requesting also Provincial Governor Honorable Jim Saliman Hataman to join them on stage. Next, our municipal mayors coming from the province of Sulu. Tawi-Tawi daw po muna. So first, we will have Tawi-Tawi first.
conference. May I request our friends from the media to please occupy the seats in front for our press conference. House rules lamang po. I will call po from you kung sino po yung magtatanong. And as much as possible, one question only. Dahil medyo pagod na din po tayong lahat. Alright, so seated as our resource persons for this press conference are the Minister for the Interior and Local Government and also the spokesperson of the Bangsamoro government, Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo, and of course, no other than the Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro government or the Bangsamoro Chief Minister Ahod B. Ibrahim. Alright, so hindi na po natin patatagalin. We will start. First question will be coming from Ali Makabalang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah, Chief Minister. For your information, inimbita ka namin although hindi ka available. We have now formed the Bangsamoro Press Corps through the inspiration of your good minister. Kanina, very frank ako magtanong ng question kay Secretary Panilo. So sabi na anyway, that's my perception about the need for plebiscite. Pero ito pong sa akin, well, sinabi rin niya na positive siya na it will be passed. It's almost done deal. Ito pinaka-basic question kasi parang narinig ko sa parliament na gusto nila parang ikaw pa rin na mag-appoint ng bago because para ma-prove natin sa madla, ito granting na ma-postpone. Now, dahil mag-e-end ang term ng mga BTA appointed members, that of course includes you. Gusto nila ikaw. So na anong nakukonfuse a layman? Kung si Presidente, i-appoint ka niya at ikaw na lang bahala mamili so give way in honor of his legacy. Kasi granting na legacy na niya ito may extent. Will you do that? Or will you prefer, kung pipiliin mo ba si Presidente na ang mag-appoint para walang samaan na loob or ikaw para malaya kang makapamili? May second question kay Minister Sinarimbo. Lahat ba ng sinubmit ng mga probinsya, ng mga projects, mga doable, and will these projects bring direct impact on the life condition of the constituents of BARM in general? Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yung unang question, actually, yung pag-appoint, that will depend doon sa kung anong batas na may papasa. What will be the content of the law. But then, sa ating panig, we still prefer na mabigyan pa rin ng chance na it will still be appointed during the term of President Duterte. Now, sa panig ng MILF, what we are only very particular is yung provision that the Bangsamoro BTA government, the BTA will still be led by the MILF. that means that the at least majority will be nominated by the MILF, 41 will be nominated, and then the President will appoint them. So yung sa Chief Minister naman, that will already be depend on the majority na members of the MP. Kasi parliamentary tayo. Okay.
Hindi naman.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Next question po. Next question from Sir Nash Maulana.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sir, isa po sa malaking problema sa BARM provinces, kundi man sa buong Pilipinas, yung power situation po natin at saka yung state of electric cooperatives. Balita namin sa recent summit ng power summit na in-sponsor ng UNDP was that marami raw utang yung mga cooperatives. So ang tanong ko is BARM in the position to negotiate with the government through the IGR mechanism so that these loans, compounding interest of the loans, can somehow be written off by the national government through the PSAM, private sector assets, liabilities, management. Siguro ito, it's a government-owned controlled corporation which exceeds the NAPOCOR dun sa management ng mga utang ng mga cooperatives. Thank you, sir.
Anyway, that can be responded by kasi this pertaining to the agenda discussed in the IGRB. So sila naman ang membro ng IGRB.
Dito mo lang basahin.
Sige.
Nasagot na yung unang control mo na 1 to 10.
All right, thank you very much. Last question for the Chief Minister from Chris Bell. Go ahead.
Good afternoon po. I'm Crisbel May Lorenzo from 91.9 Nice FM. If you will rate the chance of the VTA extension, Minister, from 1 to 10, what number are we in as of now? Thank you.
Can you kindly repeat? Medyo hindi ko nakakuha.
Repeat.
Kung i-rate niyo po yung chance ng VTA extension from 1 to 10 po, nasa saan na po tayo ngayon? Thank you.
Sa ngayon is what we see is it is now in the hands of the legislative branch. So far naman, in the legislative branch, we see na very encouraging na both in the lower house and in the upper house, the Senate. Kanina nga, nag-speech si Mig Zubiri, Majority Floor Leader, na within next month ay kakayanin nila na may pasa yung law. So we have also spoken to the Speaker of the House, and he also assured na kaya pa rin na ma-extend within the period. So siguro kung i-rate natin, I still see na nasa majority pa rin. Meaning at least the chance would be from 7 to 10.
Alright, maraming salamat po. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, Chief Minister Ahod Balawag Ibrahim. The rest question po ay sasagutin na po ng ating pong BARM spokesperson and MILG Minister Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo. Thank you very much po, Chief Minister. Maraming salamat po. Next question, we will accommodate...
Thank you very much, Sen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will accommodate last 3 questions for Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo, who will go next. Sam Sally, go ahead. Pakipasa po yung microphone. Sige po. Sagutin po mo yung tanong ni Sir Ali bago kay Sir Sam Sally.
Sagutin ko muna yung dalawa kasi baka makalimutan ko na eh. Sa dami ng... oo nga. Doon sa mga pinresent ho ng provincial government, karamihan naman doon in reality ay feasible at saka commendable na mga projects. So from infrastructure to economic development to tourism and culture, roughly nagmamatch naman yung development framework ng mga probinsya sa 12-point agenda ng Chief Minister. So in all likelihood, marami naman doon ang pasok. In fact, yung infrastructure projects na karamihan ay na-funded by the Ministry of Public Works. In the last 2 years ay galing naman talaga doon sa mga local government units, submitted by them. So pag-prioritize na lang ang essentially ang trabaho ng regional government. So from the list provided, we will, as directed by the Chief Minister, the ministries will review carefully the proposals and as much as we can integrate that into the budget proposal of the different ministries for funding sa 2022. So I think fair enough to say na feasible and reasonable yung mga proposals naman na binigay. But we will need to prioritize kasi as always, merong limitation yung resources eh. So we cannot just fund in one go all of the enumerated proposed projects. So we still have to go through a process of prioritizing it. So yun po ang mangyayari. Doon sa question ni Nash kanina, yes, yung Bangsamoro government and the national government, in particular the Department of Finance, have had earlier discussions on the way forward with respect to electric cooperatives in the Bangsamoro. Lahat ho niyan, even in the negotiations in Kuala Lumpur, our position then was to ask the national government to write off the debt. And then we will assume the cooperatives. Kasi saddled with debts in the billions yung mga cooperatives. So ranging from Lasoreco, Magelco, Baselco, yung Sulu Electric Cooperative, Tawi-Tawi Electric Cooperative. These cooperatives are saddled with debts amounting to billions. So in reality, it's a losing proposition on the part of the national government to continue to allow the operation of these cooperatives. Kasi hindi naman nila pwedeng hindi na bentahan yan ng power from the power generation run by the national government. So kailangan nilang bentahan pa rin yan maski na hindi pa nakakabayad. Kasi magko-complain you can just imagine the whole of Maguindanao dahil hindi nakabayad yung Magelco, hindi mo na bentahan yan from the National Power Corporation, putulin mo yan, magagalit yung buong constituency ng Maguindanao. So which is why, in one of the meetings of the Philippine-Japan high-level joint meeting in Clark, I already preliminarily discussed this one with Secretary Dominguez. Our proposition is that we can run the cooperatives provided national government writes off the debts which are in reality compounded. So yung principal, you have an interest, the interest earns interest, which is a way of compounding the interest, and so you have debts that are already skyrocketing. So that's impossible for these cooperatives to really pay. In the meantime, if you allow them to continue to operate, national government will continue to bleed because it is forced to sell power to a losing cooperative because it cannot simply cut it off. Otherwise, the whole people, for instance, in Maguindanao for Magelco would complain. So they are forced to allow it to continue, even if it's a losing venture. So the way to cut losses is really to write off and part with it and then allow, for instance, the regional government in partnership with other local government units such as the provinces to run this cooperative para maputol na yung continuing losses ng national government in allowing these cooperatives to operate. That's how we look at the challenges being faced by the cooperatives in the region.
Good afternoon. My name is Samsali of the XMS Radyo Bida, Cotabato City. I believe my performance assessments na pinresent kayo kanina, and ito ay assessment sa mga more than 100 LGUs in the BARM, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and discovered some LGUs medyo kulelat, or sabihin natin hindi masyado performing. Ano po ang balak ng MILG sa mga not really active na magtrabaho sa kanila mga LGUs, municipalities, I should say?
Several things naman po. So if you look at the assessment for 123 local government units across 7 areas, ayun yung elements of functionality, napapansin nyo, may mga iba na malakas sila. Meron din naman iba na mahina sila. Meron din naman mga LGUs na mahina halos sa lahat. So yun yung mga LGUs na nasa bottom. Ang strategy natin ay dalawang two-prong. One is yung mga performing, we recognize that, we provide awards for them, we popularize them, and then we provide them incentives. So para ma-encourage pa sila na mag-perform. At yung mga nasa bottom or in the middle, na kaya namang umangat doon, maingganyo sila na magtrabaho pa para magaya sila doon sa mga binibigyan natin ng awards and incentives. Yun yung drive. Doon naman sa mga medyo talagang mahihina at nakikita natin in specific areas kung saan sila mahina, doon nakatutok yung technical assistance natin, yung pagtuturo sa kanila. So one example ay doon sa legislative branch nila, ito yung mga sanggunian, ang kadalasang problema rito ay hindi sila masyado familiar doon sa parliamentary procedures. So meron tayong training for members of the sanggunian para doon sa pagkakandak ng sessions. So yung mga MLJOs natin ay trained naman yan at pwede silang mag-coach doon. So yun yung mga areas. Iba pang areas na pakiramdam natin ay mahina ay doon sa fiscal management. Halimbawa, meron tayong mga LGUs na walang bids and awards committee. Ang natural na trajectory niyan ay hindi nagbibidding doon sa pag-award ng mga projects. So, pinapaturuan din natin yon in partnership with the Commission on Audit and the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Management. So for now, we are incentivizing and providing technical assistance for LGUs para medyo umangat sila. At the level of functionality, ang pangarap talaga natin, lahat yan ay mag-level up na at functional na. And then we'll move towards performance. So beyond functionality, we'll move towards performance doon sa mga LGUs na alam naman natin kayang-kaya na nila yon. So yun yung paraan ho natin.
Ang inisip niyo po, labas ito sa SGLG ng DILG?
Opo, so sa ministry natin, several awards. At kinakalibrate siya base doon sa philosophy natin na yung incentivization works. So ibig sabihin, kung pipilitin natin na ang award system lang ay SGLG at ang recognition, kukunti lang naman ang papasa dyan eh. Kasi sa ngayon ay 10 na yung performance areas nila, all in pa. Sabihin, kailangan pumasa ka sa lahat ng 10. Hindi kagaya nung una na 7 lang at some point pa yung 7, hindi kailangan maipasa mo lahat yon para maging SGLG ka. Sa ngayon ay all in plus 10 na yung criteria. So kailangan maipasa mo lahat yon if you look at the whole country and our region, kukunti lang talaga yung papasa doon. Now, if we continue to do that, kukunti lang yung maiinganyo. Kasi yung mga iba, wala talagang pag-asa eh. So, ayaw natin na mawala yung pag-asa. So what we do is we have another tier of recognition para mainganyo sila, which is your LOGFA, yung functionality assessment. So your SGLG is the performance measure, the LOGFA is a functionality measure, and then on top of this, at the highest level, you have yung SEAL o yung Salamat Excellence Award. So para yung mga performing na talaga, pwede pa silang mag-innovate at maging top performing siya, in which case, they will be given the SEAL or the Salamat Excellence Award for Leadership.
May cash incentive din po ba?
Opo, yung LOGFA last year, when we awarded it, merong cash incentive. But it's not as big as the one we gave for SGLG. And the SEAL is even bigger than what you get in the SGLG.
Mga how much po? To the tune of mga magkano po?
Yung SEAL ay 10 million.
Okay.
Plus meron siyang 18 karat gold medallion worth 300,000.
Wow. So saan
pwedeng isang
saan na pupunta yung 10 million, sir? May ano ba? May menu ba para doon?
Opo. So merong set nung recommended na menu project para doon sa LGU na gagawin niya. Normally, ito ay para ma-enhance lalo yung performance niya kung saan siya magaling.
Okay. Para mabuti klaro yon. Baka isipin may 10 million tayo o hati-hati tayo. Thank you.
Sisingilin pa rin ho natin yon doon sa next na award system. Kasi kung hindi ka nag-implement doon sa binigay sa'yo, magiging minus point yun sa'yo. So hindi ka makukonsider for the next award pag hindi mo in-implement yung binigay sa'yo.
Okay. Thank you.
Alright, maraming salamat po. Last two questions. Next question from June Dimakutak of DZRH. Last question will be from, kay sir.
Greetings of peace, Attorney, Minister. As you mentioned earlier, na walang maiiwang munisipyo. I think nasa 116 municipalities across BARM. At napakarami nito at very huge yung budget na kakailangan dito. Anong sistema na gagawin, yung mechanism dito, through Public Works and Highways, yung project idadaan o diretso na sa LGU mismo, yung mga projects or sa mga district engineering office pa? Thank you.
For now, yung iba-ibang ministries may kanya-kanyang option, sariling paraan kung paano i-execute yung project. But in the case of the MPW, they have decided that they will pursue at least 3 modes of project implementation. Ang una ay by contract. Ibig sabihin, they will bid the project. Yung winning contractor will undertake that. Second is they will do it by administration, meaning yung engineering offices nila sa field, they'll do that. The third ay contract or memorandum of agreement with the local government unit, in which case they will transfer the fund to the LGU so that the LGU can undertake the project. Tatlo. Bakit tatlo? Kasi sa laki ng pondo na dinidisburse, kung ikokontrata lang natin yan sa mga contractors, hindi matatapos yung projects. Kasi hindi magkasya yung mga contractors. So they will be awarded several projects. Magsabay-sabay yun. They will have to spend more money before they can actually bill. So baka bumagal. Pangalawa, kung ibigay naman lahat yan sa LGU, plus meron pa silang mandanas, meron plus silang IRA, baka hindi rin nila kayanin. Kung namang sarilihin lang yon ng implementing agency, halimbawa MPW, they'll do it by administration, maubos lahat ng engineers nila na makafocus doon sa implementation ng project, hindi na sila makapagplano for next year. So para safe tayo, ang inadapt ay simultaneous yung tatlo para sabay-sabay yung private contractors, local government units, and the engineering districts of the MPW para bumilis yung project execution natin.
I see. So, yung engineering district ay makapag-implement pa rin pala ng project. Hindi lang pala sila for purposes for validating the project na inirecommend ng LGU, Minister.
Opo, pero masyadong maliit na yung percentage na for implementation by the engineering districts.
Thank you for that clarification.
Alright, maraming salamat po. Last question. Go ahead, sir. Hindi na? Okay, wala nang question. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much kay Attorney Nagib Sinarimbo, the spokesperson of the Bangsamoro government and the Minister for the Interior and Local Government. Palakpakan po natin. Ayan. And that ends our press conference for today. And of course,